be like, this game sucks. Or, wow, there's a lot more blood than my 12-year-old realized. And now I need to spend that money on therapy.
Yeah, other than that, I've heard really good things about the multiplayer too. Except for like all the, it's just so bad, and like the community manager is so stupid too. Like everyone on Reddit was complaining about these issues, and then his response was, "Oh, we can't add a Slayer playlist right now because there's no place for it in the UI." And then whenever everyone was complaining about how the microtransaction market was running flawlessly and the whole game as a whole was so bare bones. Like, okay, well, it takes money to run the servers. Like, okay, then maybe you should make your game free to play.
I know that didn't the Reddit get shut down for a few days? Because it's just so toxic.
I don't think so.
Like, yeah, some games.
Because I've been checking in there like every night I'm at work because one of the Halo topics is almost always somewhere on the front page.
I just requested my refund, so good to go.
Master Chief has a little grapple on his arm now. It's dope.
Oh, no shit.
So you can
Fuck
grapple
yeah.
to like vehicles to hijack them. You can
Nice.
You can grapple weapons, and like the little fusion coils that blow up when you shoot them.
Mm-hmm.
You can grapple those and then throw them.
Nice, like kind of a gravity gun deal, but the grapple. Fuck yeah.
Okay, we're done talking about Halo now, Anthony. Go ahead.
Oh, are you finished?
Yeah, we're done.
Damn, I was just setting up some really unfair monsters, that's all.
Naturally.
That's what I want to hear.
I'm going to tell you all now, I will not be able to join next week. I will be on a plane during the game.
Well, that is a damn shame. Where are you going? You don't have to say this.
I usually fly out to New York for the holidays, see my family.
Oh, very nice.
Thanks, man.
Speaking of which, maybe before we jump into this, just talk about the holiday schedule a little bit. My travel plans do not interfere with this game at all. However, I don't know if any of yours do for you. So, aside from Nick, is there anyone else who might have issues on the 21st or the 28th?
No, mine are much farther out.
I live like 1,500 miles from home, so I'm not going anywhere.
Not I, said me and Scarlet.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, awesome then. We will continue on. And maybe Seven will take a little break to meditate next week.
I will say that.
I don't know if he meditates or if he just sulks. No, that's not the word I was looking for. Broods. There we go.
Yeah, but since he doesn't trust anyone, he'll probably fly up into the mountains to brood. So none of you will get to control him.
He goes very far away.
Mountain brooding.
No, it's okay. This DM doesn't kill players when they're not there.
Hey, I just came off of a double PC death in my previous game, so feeling hot. Feeling hot.
What game?
Oh shit!
They're in Wild Beyond the Witchlight, which can be surprisingly brutal.
I just had a friend who died in Wild Beyond the Witchlight. I wonder if
it was the same thing. Clearly, same encounter. They actually had they had a total party wipe earlier. It didn't result in character deaths because the module kind of accounts that the party might get wiped at that point. So they didn't all die, but they had wiped once and then they just lost 2 PCs today. So it's hard. Living is hard at level 2.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, level 2 life is a little hard.
Yeah, and this campaign, it puts stuff that's like way above where I would normally assign CRs for enemies. It puts that stuff right in your path at like level 2, and you're not necessarily supposed to fight all of it. But in this case, they were 100% supposed to fight this thing, and it was CR2, so it was perfectly balanced. But the gelatinous cube got 2 of them. So anyway, there's no gelatinous cubes here that you know of, so you guys should be fine, right?
Rust monsters and
All right.
excellent news. The fields were bountiful, and I've collected all I've needed.
All right. I believe, actually, before we get to the overworld map, I think there was one last bit of business you guys had here at Dagum's Ford before you were ready to depart. You did get your long rest in. You spent the night in one of the farmhouses here and kept the company of some very turn-cloaky cultists. And yeah, the following morning, we're back here in the lovely gray, rainy weather. Dagum's Ford. You've got a
Fucking hell.
I believe at this point you've burned most of the bodies.
Right, we specifically put 3 aside so that once I had my magic in the morning, I was able to...
Right, the 3 most intact bodies go to Safine. The rest have been thoroughly looted, and their remains piled up and set ablaze in a stinking pyre that kind of sputters and gutters in the constant drizzle. But the typhoon never came around to ruin your night, and so yeah, you've been able to do away with most of the foulness here, with the exception of one body, which I believe you wanted to leave very deliberately aside.
Yes, we did want to ask some questions to a particular corpse, right? I think.
Oh, the angel corpse.
No, her master, the one who summoned her. Saya, was that her name?
Nepheli.
Saya?
Oh, yeah, Saya.
I think Saya is a rank in their
A title?
hierarchy. Yeah.
Oh, so she's Saya Nepheli?
Nepheli the Saya, I think. There's multiple Sayas.
Got it. Okay. Well, anyway, Nepheli then. Did we still want to try to question her, or is that like not that relevant and a waste of time?
I don't see the harm.
Well, it's a spell slot. I mean, I don't know how Safine feels about it.
I was about to say, I think that one's going to be up to Safine. I'm good at putting them in the ground, not bringing them back up.
Could just take her ahead and ask her later on this evening.
Does that work?
Does that work?
DM? Does it work?
You're asking me if it works. I believe with Speak with Dead, all you need is an intact mouth and jaw.
You don't even need the head.
Yeah, you do.
You need only the mouth and the jaw.
At least in older editions, it used to be that way. I don't know if they've changed it.
I always thought that, like, you know, as long as it could articulate a mouth kind of thing.
The corpse must still have a mouth. It can't be undead. Yeah, to be... you could you could, if you guys are cool with it, just chop off a head and carry it with you. I think you did something similar in Curse of Strahd anyway. I don't know if you guys specifically did it, but there is an opportunity to get a head that you can then cast Speak with Dead in Curse of Strahd. So it's official.
Seven will ask Safine how long do we have to use that spell? Is there a freshness to the corpse that's needed or anything?
No, I don't believe so. Let me just.
I believe the only limit for the freshness is. Well, no. It can be more than 10 days old. You just can't cast it more than once every 10 days on the same corpse.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So how about this? What if we, as brutal as it is, what if we take her head with us so that we can ask her these questions when we report back to the ones who hired us as a sort of proof of the involvement of this cult.
Can you curse? I'm sorry. Can you cast the same spell on the head multiple times? Speak with Dead again, or is it just like a one-time go?
You can cast it again, but we have to wait 10 days.
Right.
You can only cast, only once every 10 days.
So if it comes to it, and we need maybe when we're speaking to Jidaji, and we just wait 10 days, and and we bring it back and bring the head back and ask it questions while we're speaking to Jidaji, maybe to prove some point. There's one thing, and then wait 10 days and then bring it back to employers. Get best both worlds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking that we probably want to know something from her, but we don't need the answer right now. So if we hold off on asking the questions, maybe we'll either have better questions or a better time to ask questions.
If you deem her worthy, you can always reincarnate a body from just a body part.
That's true as well.
I know. Okay.
So,
awkward laughs. He.
I'm sorry, Kat. You've never just, offered up a finger as a backup when you're going to battle.
Tobias, I can honestly say I have not. That is an interesting idea.
So one, you put your mortal body in danger, and two, you don't even have a backup for it.
I suppose it's part of the thrill. That is a good question. What do I do with my money?
So hold on, wait a minute. You're saying
yes, Julio?
Julius.
If we all cut off our pinky fingers and gave them to somebody or kept them somewhere that could be used to then reincarnate a body from, yes, that can be done. It costs a great deal of magical energy and spell components, but
would it work with a hangnail?
It seems a little abstract. Are you serious?
I'm just asking.
Too much booze. Lay off the flask, buddy.
But anyway,
I mean, I didn't know. I don't know how most more arcane magics work.
I don't really have something good for.
One question. I know that Kat picked up these pieces of plate mail. Could we have examined them over a long rest to see if there's anything unusual or magical about them?
You did.
We did, and it was just like a little flexible, a little weird looking.
Yeah.
Okay.
It offers the same protective qualities as plate mail. It simply is made of this very strange material that has a slight give to it.
Which reminds me, we identified the blood drinking rapier, but I don't know if we decided what to do with it. I'm sure that Nimue was interested. Is there anybody else who is interested in a rapier?
I can use it, but No, I mean Safine can use it, but if Safine is using it, they're in a very bad spot. So I think Nimue.
I could use it. I could use a rapier, but I'd much rather use my bow. Honestly.
So I mean, Seven would stab things with it, and would also be interested because he might be able to evoke interesting spells from it. But I don't know if Nimue is going to use it like for every attack, then that might be better.
I don't know if she'll use it for every attack, but she's got to use it for. I know the way she normally fights, she'll use it on her second attack, not her first, because she always wants to do at least one unarmored strike so she can get her flurry. So,
well, since she's joining us later, we can just wait till she gets back and ask her.
Cool.
She's probably like out of character though. She's probably always gonna be like less hit points than you, just because more likely to be hit. But
she'll have more hit points, but will be hit less. Will be hit more often. Is what you're saying.
And so, like, bringing it back might be beneficial. Safine is ready.
Is there any other thing we wanted to do before heading to the monastery?
You've hacked off the head of this Saya figure, and you've divvied up the loot, equipped the plate mail, and
Are we taking these horses as pack animals or something?
there are two horses.
Or are we leaving them to these cultist peons?
I think I said that I would leave at least one. We would leave at least one, but it's up to you guys. I don't mind either way. They can figure it out.
What the heck is that?
But yeah, I think we'll just take the most of them.
All right, I got one other question for you before you go. There were the cultist peons, as you called them, who willingly gave up. There was the one who put up some resistance before his own fellows turned on him. You've kept him with you through the night, and he seemed in too bad of shape to put up much protest. But in the morning, do you do anything with him? Do you let him retreat with the other cultists, or?
I'm kind of surprised that he didn't just run off in the middle of the night.
He has not. He was evidently in very bad condition and needed the long rest himself.
Cat probably would have spent the night trying to get him drunk,
which he would have adamantly refused.
Well, if he wants to be an ass, but whatever. Trying to show my hospitality. Is anybody keen on killing him, or do you want to let him go?
Y'all sure are a murdery bunch.
I'm asking the group. I'm asking the group.
Seven will suggest that his offer to let the rest of the cultists live probably extends to their asshole fanaticists. But he turns his head. He he reminds you of that he's given his word, but he doesn't seem to be too upset if you decide you've got a word of your own.
See no evil, hear no evil.
He kindly turned around so he could have deniability.
But I mean, I say we just let him go.
Okay. I don't hear any protests. I don't hear any fingers
call.
on. I don't hear any fingers on daggers or bowstrings. So
It's your call. I mean, worst case scenario, he tells the rest of them about us and they track us down. So
I mean, we are tracking them down, though.
Yeah, if they come to us, that just makes it easier.
fair enough. Let them go.
All right. In that case, in the morning, they will gather up what they can carry in terms of simple supplies and begin to make their way out of camp, definitely looking over their shoulders the whole time, as if expecting to be shot in the back while they flee. But as the group of them departs, one after another, and their asshole fanaticist, as you call him, also shuffles off. That last one, the younger one, comes up to Cat and begins speaking in the language of the Husai.
Yay!
And says, I want to give you something.
Oh shit!
What is it?
For thanks for the horse. I think you actually gave him a horse last time. Offered a horse up.
I believe I did, but I don't know if it was mine to give. But I gave it.
Well, he's taking it now. He kind of glances over at the others who are all already well on their way out of here. And then reaches into the folds of his cloak here and puts something into your hand, Cat, very quickly and quietly, and says, I was not supposed to have it, but I kept a little bit. Here. And then is going to take the reins of the horse and kind of look a little guiltily as if he's just done something he shouldn't do and shuffle off somewhat awkwardly.
Gave you one of his turds.
Do svidania, my friend. Do svidania.
Seven looks over at Cat. He's wondering if this mineral they were mining is maybe what he has in his hand. He's hopeful.
Cat's going to look down into her palm.
You open your hand and you look down and you see something there that is very strange indeed. It has a sort of orangey golden color. At a glance, you think it looks almost like a piece of amber, but it is soft and malleable in your hand, almost like candle wax.
Huh. Very strange. She gives it a curious, inquisitive, poke. She turns it around in her hand, examining it. This is most unusual. Zaychik! Zaychik!
Are you talking to me?
Yes, da, Zaychik. Come. I have something to show you. And she, after a moment, she just skips off towards him anyway and holds it up for him to see.
I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, never have I.
This
Very
must be what they were
curious.
pulling out of the meteor.
Have you ever seen anything like this before? It's and she keeps like she kind of bends it in her between her fingers, seeing if it will snap.
Does it?
It's yielding, and in spite of the fact that it flexes and molds easily, it seems fairly resilient. It doesn't just like crumble into pieces or anything like that.
How does it taste?
I don't know. And she and she licks it.
It tastes salty to you, and the flavor kind of lingers unpleasantly on your tongue.
It is Sulieni.
Right. Whatever.
Like a rock. No? You know, like so yeah, I don't know how to speak your fucking language, okay?
Just hang on to it.
Eh, whatever. And she's gonna just stuff it into her a pocket close at hand.
Okay.
So I guess as we gather up our stuff and leave, I think we had borrowed some clothing from these jokers with the possible intention of pretending to disguising ourselves as cultists to have a better in with the warforged. Are we going with that plan? Do we want to scout first? Do we want? I mean, like, what's the approach here?
I think if we go in disguised, it's going to give off the hint that we're trying to deceive them. And if we're just going in for a talk, it might be best for us to go in as us.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword because they might not allow us in otherwise, but we don't know what terms they left off on with the cultists, with the exception that I think they said a few of them stayed behind with the warforged. So if there's some of them there, they're going to call us out as imposters anyway, but it might at least get us through the door.
Yes, I am inclined to agree. If the warforged are instructed to attack anything that isn't wearing these robes, we can't get in anyway. So I say we scout and see how they respond to us, to somebody walking up.
All right, let's do that. We'll try to scout somehow, see what their disposition is, and if it looks like we've got no other way, then we'll try the disguises.
Sounds like a plan. One second here. Okay. Big map. So you guys are donning the disguises and making your way to Yielding Heart?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. In that case, You guys can get on the road out of Dagum's Ford and begin making your way west. As you travel the road, which runs along the Uze River, you can occasionally see the watch line, the golems standing there on the far side, staring through the mist, almost as if keeping their eyes upon you. But you stay on this side of the river, and they don't seem inclined to follow. Three miles.
What's up? I ain't got time for this today.
Another 3 miles. And a potential shift in the weather. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then you just have a few miles more on the road. You pass through the lowland valleys between the hills here, following the road north. This section of the valley is beginning to become somewhat familiar to you. You traveled it yesterday and even the day before, I believe. We are on, what, day 3 now? We are on day 3. And
Wouldn't we be day 4 morning? At this point? So we got to day 3 midday when we got to Dagum's Ford.
Yeah, I guess we are on day 4, aren't we? And fortunately, the worst of the howling wind and lashing rain stays well to the south of you as you make your way north and north. You eventually follow the road in between these two ridge lines, which rise up hundreds of feet to either side of you, closing in the land and making it feel a little bit claustrophobic, less than a mile across on the valley floor, with the road running right up the middle. You can also get a view through the shifting clouds and the rain of a structure up ahead of you, tucked into a corner where the mountains wrap around to the east and west. There is a temple, a monastery. Its bright red paint seems somehow to have dulled by the storms, or maybe it's just the lighting here with the constant clouds. But what was once a brilliant beacon which stood out against the surrounding mountains has been dulled. You can also see a tree-lined path which leads up to it. And I'll take perception checks from all of you.
Devi.
Suppose passive perception would have been sufficient, but
Then
that's
17.
okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, Safine, you kind of squint up through the clouds and the mist, and you can see that while the monastery is the thing that draws your eye with its bright red coloring, way up further in the mountains, beyond the monastery, there's something else. A pair of statues which rise up as if carved right out of the mountainside. Two figures which stand facing each other. You can't make out much detail from this distance, and with the mist shifting, you just catch occasional glimpses of it. But they must be very grand in scale for you to be able to make them out from miles away like this.
Giant statue, I will take the time to. Wow, those look even larger statues than the one we dispatched up there. You see them up there? Looks like we'll have to pass on through at one point.
To be clear, the statues are standing like on the mountainside beyond the monastery.
But it sounds like a trail goes up between them.
That you can't see from
Okay.
here. You can just pick out like the shoulders and heads of these statues somewhere up in this general vicinity.
It's just beautiful architecture.
They probably look better if they're made out of wood. Little hardwood.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, and yeah, you make your way up eventually to be stationed, to be positioned right in front of the monastery. It's less than a mile from you. Keep on marching right up, or any other preparations you want to make before heading in?
I'm gonna hit Ryland, Cat, and Nimue with an 8. Oh, that's gonna be at level 3, so this could be an extra 10 hit points.
Extra 10? Fuck yeah.
I'll counterspell that.
Wait.
Oh, shit.
That's what I'm talking about.
Strong choice.
That's what I'm talking about.
Make it hard for us.
You aid them, and then you just keep following the path.
I mean, I can spout it if you guys want. It's a 4th level spell slot.
No.
I like being surprised.
Famous last words.
Why put
I
that
love surprises.
I
up?
can
Let me
wait.
look at my spell
I
list.
am not afraid.
Where's I can put this?
Surprises are great, you know?
All right.
When you ride into battle expecting 10 warforged, you have 50.
Are we attempting to sneak up, or are we just gonna go bang on the door?
I'm gonna.
I would like to make another perception to see if I see. Have we traveled a reasonable amount that we would be able to see more detail about guards, or not yet?
If you progress the next mile and a half up the path, you come much nearer to the thing. The temple stands several hundreds of feet away, and you can see that the rough dirt path that you've been following is turning into a much straighter paved pathway, which is 20 feet wide, and looks to head directly up to the temple.
I'm gonna, as we get closer to the actual like walls. I think we're gonna actually start interacting with people. I'm gonna put emboldening bond on myself, Safine, and Seven.
It lasts for 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why I'm gonna put it on. Like as
Yeah.
soon as we get there. Before
Safine, if you want to make a perception check, I know I asked for your perception checks before, but I actually just went off of your passives once I saw your bonus. But if you want to make a perception check here, you can do
It's on
so.
point tonight for not having any bonus in it.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. No, I just used your 19. Yeah. No, Safine is looking around with an 18. And if you look up ahead along the path, you can see that there are like sets of stairs that are ascending up, and some archways that reach over the path. And you can also see what look like structures along the sides of this paved road here. That 18, you can see some of them look like wagons, and others like maybe small huts, or outbuildings of some sort, but they line the road on either side. You can yeah, that's about all you can see from here.
Just point that out. Just let's just be mindful of an ambush.
Oh, yeah, I'll keep an eye out, and Julius will be watching all around.
Okay, eyes peeled as you progress up. Let me just throw everyone on the map here.
I heard somebody needs to bang on the door, and if there's anything I love to do, it's banging on doors.
And here we are.
Is Ari with us? Oh, let me pull her on the map. Where's my Ari? There's my...
I will almost always forget Ari because it's down in the pet
There she
section,
is.
but you can pretty much always assume Ari is there.
I have to say, I really do enjoy the architecture of this land. So unlike the Xantham or my homeland.
I'll offer again. Do we want to be sneaky? Do we want to scout? Or are we just marching right up? Last call.
I think doing that gives them the wrong impression. We're here for a chat. We're not here for a fight.
This really does seem like the prime area to be ambushed.
Yeah, that's this map like we're fucked.
This seems like premier ambush territory.
All right, we will slowly and cautiously approach.
Fastest way to disperse or retreat if we have to. I can grab somebody.
I mean, if it turns into a route, you're saying? Like, if we just have to book it?
At the same time, we might be able to do a pincher attack. Do like half the team on one side of 3 guys. We'll see. But I think we're not gonna be able to run no matter what. Let's see.
Kevin, I think this calls for a staggered column formation.
We're gonna find a sentinel. We don't need to space out.
I'm just saying, it seems like a terrible idea to walk through this village. But I guess Kat and Naz will just they'll post up on either side if everybody's walking straight down, and they'll just keep moving forward as everyone else is moving forward, kind of keeping to the middle. Yeah.
We should make some kind of walking formation here, just to be safe.
But someone staggered behind. We'll put Nimue in the middle right now. Kat and Naz move up 1.
Yeah, we'll be the AG. We'll be the automatic
move up
rifleman.
1 square. Yeah. And then we'll put Nimue in front of Safine.
Let's see, what is the dynamic lighting set to here? Daylight mode is on. It's just kind of dim. That makes sense because it is very rainy as you've been coming up the slopes here.
I was gonna say 7 can flank the back left, and Julius can flank back right, like same position that Naz and Kat are in, but on the back.
Your flank's covered, my man. They're
Yep,
just gonna throw a grenade in the. They're gonna throw the grenade in the middle of
Grenade!
it, so it doesn't really matter. We're all gonna die because we're not spaced out.
You guys, as you walk the path here up between these trees, you can see off to the left and right shrines that stand on the end of little foot trails and secluded little glades either side. They do appear to be completely abandoned.
Why don't Naz and Kat and why am I drawing a blank? Ryland, thank you. Why don't you guys go ahead 30 yards, and we'll trail this way. If there is an ambush, at least they don't get all of us.
Right, they'll just get you 3.
If we get swamped, I think we'll be okay. Like we can as long as if we all stick close to Ryland, we'll fall back and I'll bunch up. We'll be fine.
Just need Safine to be within 30 feet of me for a bolt.
Yeah.
Actually, no, they're fine because I got a 7 right there. I just don't have a bolting bond. If Safine's more than 30 feet away.
Kat and Naz will slowly, with their weapons drawn, kind of be, but not looking overly aggressive, I suppose. However much you can actually do that while having your weapon drawn, keeping an eye out, looking through each alleyway, keeping their head on a swivel as everybody follows behind, moving 10 feet at a time.
No one in the back is moving.
Well, we don't want to break our formation. Are we able to just move everyone?
A formation stretches. It's all good. It's all fine. It's gonna be fine. I swear.
It's looking like a formation run right now.
Yeah, it is. It's slinky, baby.
Shit.
All right. 10 feet.
All right.
Keep space, Safine. Keep space.
Hold up. Yeah, we need space. We need space. I thought Nimue was in front of Safine.
Nimue. Oh no, you're out of position. They strike.
Shit!
I'm just gonna.
We need to just set the formation and then have Anthony move everyone together.
I just saw my token move. That's not good.
Oh no, I was just
Oh, okay. All
checking
right.
something on your sheet. Nothing you have to worry about.
Oh, okay, cool. That's sweet. Yeah. So we're just gonna move a little closer as we're approaching this bridge, and why would you like that, man? That's not cool.
Seven.
Bow is drawn.
Casts. What is he? he invokes. Oh fuck.
Invoke C.
Yeah, invokes dusk. Obscure himself. He turns invisible and then flies. He flies up over.
He's like, fuck this.
Yeah, fuck this formation.
Fuck the formation. Fuck
So
formation.
Seven will just be invisible, flying. I don't know, maybe 20 feet over Ryland's head.
Okay.
We're going to be badly cannibalized as we're approaching this bridge, so I'm going to go first. So we're going to move like this. And Cat and Naz are going to. This is passing. We're crossing a danger zone, Kevin.
Yeah, one at a time. Go.
One at a time, and Naz is going to hold position there as Cat rushes over.
Why don't you
Waits
guys
for
hold up
everybody.
for a second?
Oh shit.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
As Kat is rushing across the bridge to the far side, Naz is like waiting for the others to catch up. And Seven's like, fuck all this, and just flies up invisible. Julius,
Yeah.
out of the corner of your eye, you catch movement coming from one of these huts to the left of you. You don't actually see any creatures there, but you see like a dangling wind chime, and it is going back and forth wildly, completely out of sync with anything else that's blowing in the wind and rain here.
Uh-oh.
Julius will immediately hold up his hand like, hold! His bow.
Uh-oh.
He's got an arrow notched in his bow.
Don't give Julius a reason to murder anybody, please.
Knock.
Hello.
There's someone here. Someone's moving behind us in the huts.
Everybody just keep your weapons sheathed.
All right, invisible voice.
We don't want to approach with a threat.
Taking a trail mix.
No, I was just closing a bag of Utz.
Okay.
What's potato chips?
Hello.
No.
Anyone?
No.
It's your friendly neighborhood traveling priest.
Would you like?
Where's
Would you like
Ryland
to
even?
entertain us? And I take out my loot. And I am just going to be strumming along and playing some music on my loot.
Okay.
And
On my loot.
Is looking back like, what the fuck is happening back there?
If anyone can hear me, we mean no harm.
I
We're here for a
I'm
loot
just gonna
train.
be like,
do not like being stuck up front so far.
You, as Ryland, as you call this out, Safine is like, well, fuck it, I'm just gonna play my lute a little bit. And Julius is tightly gripping his bow. You begin to see figures emerging from hiding places along the trail. They do so slowly, deliberately. You see some of them have weapons drawn. Others have weapons, like, on their arms. Like, they don't have a right hand. They just have a blade there in place of a hand.
Excuse me?
There is no sheathing their weapons. But they begin to appear here.
I'm not gonna stop playing, by the way.
Here.
Uh-oh.
That's a Safine creation I just posted.
Here. Cat, you see some of them moving as well. Here.
Oh my god.
Here. And a few more who begin to walk out onto the path ahead of you for good measure.
Someone looked up some Fallout tokens.
Some Fallout tokens?
They do look a little like Mad Maxing post-apocalyptic power armor. Just a little bit.
And or Warhammer.
This is straight from Eberron.
Oh wow, that is.
I was gonna say, right? It's Lord of the Blades, right?
This guy looks like if you were like, I want a warforged, but make him like a stormtrooper.
Kat is just looking around. She has her weapon out, and she's looking around. She's like, "Are we fighting?"
No!
And she's just
No,
saying this
we're
to
not.
herself.
Put your weapon away, Cat. We mean no harm, guys. We just came to meet you guys. Heard you new in the area.
Seven will float over closer to Safine and kind of whisper down. Can you request a meeting with Jidaji?
And I'm just gonna keep on playing my lute and just say, greetings, everybody. We're just coming for a meeting with Jidaji. My name's Afine. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's just a calm little, just going up and down the scales of my lute.
You see this one here come a little closer. Doesn't seem to be particularly concerned with being so near to you. Looks like this.
Oh, I wonder where that's from.
At least I got the good-natured one.
Alphonse!
It looks back and forth between the group of you, Ryland and the Safine here, surrounded by zombies. And Julius and Drake.
These are my backup singers, and I mentally command the zombies to just like a slow
They begin to sway in unison.
Ryland is gonna lay down flat on his back, hands above his head. We mean no harm.
Kat is in like full combat mode, like she's ready to go, and she looks back and she sees sees everything happening, and she's like, and she just lets her family blade go down. She's like, but yet we're all going to die here.
Does anyone? Okay. Can anyone speak here? Maybe.
This one does finally speak, looking at the lot of you, and says, "We were not expecting more members of the cult to arrive today. Your presence is unheralded.
Oh, fuck,
why have you come?"
Get around me. I'm looking at this like this flop of a person on the ground, going, nah.
You see that like a couple of them are staring at Ryland, and others are just completely ignoring him.
And I look at everybody else, and I goes, and I point to my robes. I go, these were just to get here, right? Before I continue.
Yes.
Oh, these were not actually part of the cult. We were just hoping to have a face-to-face meeting with Jidaji and have a nice chat.
Fuck.
I'm sorry if these deceived you. We're not into games of deception. My name's Safine. The zombies stop their slow, morbid. And they're all like, they're not quite on beat. It's like...
just shifting, shuffling. The warforged kind of takes all of this in, processes it for a moment. Its head cocks to one side a little bit with a slight creak. It says, "False flag operation. This is a familiar concept. And yet, why announce it? If you give up your advantage of surprise, then it is useless. It comes a little closer, steps right up next to Nimue, but ignores her as it stares at Safine. What is that thing you are doing?
Need to stop?
Is it a signal? Are there others waiting, lying in ambush? We will not be deceived.
These robes, so we did not get shot at you from very far away. We just wanted to get close enough to talk.
We are talking. I wish to know, what is that thing you are doing? It points again to your instrument.
I'm playing my music. It calms my nerves.
Nerves. Yes. Understandable. Battle fatigue takes a heavy toll.
Again, if you wish me to stop, I will stop. If you wish me to change the music, I can change it to something you might like better.
Might like better? It seems to consider that for a moment. It says, do not stop.
Continue playing a little bit of music.
So
It's not enough. It's not enough that you can't. We can all talk over it. We don't have to be like.
Yeah, it's just a light background music.
Not like being in the subway trying to talk to somebody and some buskers off to the side, like with a trumpet. You're like, ah.
Another warforged, which is a little bit more stylized looking than the one that's approached Safine. It's got like little bits of gold filigree on it, and it's got this big plate on its forehead. It almost makes it look like it has like a crown or something on its head with a little symbol engraved into it. It looks down at Ryland on the ground, and it says, "You should not be posed like that. Your vital organs are all exposed."
He's right, you know. I try to tell him not to flop like a fish.
I wanted to show you how much I trusted you.
This is foolish. You have no reason to trust me. I could easily kill you now.
And I could easily sweep out your legs.
It looks down at your feet. Unconvinced.
Safine.
I'm just gonna kind of roll into him.
Attack formation alpha.
Cat is still looking back and looking at the warforged, like, what the fuck are they doing back there?
See, now this is what you do. You catch them off guard because you're like, oh, what's this idiot doing? And then I do one of these numbers, and my weight knocks you down.
Lord of mercy.
Oh, hello, big boy.
This one
Japanese day.
approaches you. Cat. It's a real big warforged. It's like 7 feet tall.
Hello.
7 feet tall.
You can see.
Can't teach that.
You can see that it is covered in heavy sections of plate. It doesn't even really look like armor. You can't tell if it's a suit of armor or its body, or if it's a little bit of both. But you can see that they are heavily scarred all over. And it says, Did you fight on the Western Front?
Uh-oh.
She tilts her head and looks up at him very, very curiously. I did. Do I know you?
Fuck.
Unlikely. But your face, it registers.
You recognize me.
Before. I recall you from before.
Before what, Tavaish? And at this, because she's her face is going through like a look of anxiousness to a look of genuine curiosity, and she lowers her sword and looks at him curiously.
Before I assimilated awareness.
And you fought on the Western Front, huh? I see.
It just continues to stare down at you silently now.
Julius has... Oh, God.
She meets his gaze and then kind of cracks a smile. If you recognize me, you probably had orders to kill me, didn't you?
I was given orders, yes, to kill you specifically. No.
Ayo.
The first one... Sorry, go ahead.
She just continues to survey him closely. Does it look like he has a weapon drawn, or is his body the weapon?
He's one of the ones who has a blade attached to his right arm. You do see, if you're looking at him up close, though, you realize that these like big sections of plate that are all over him don't all look like they line up perfectly with each other. And now that you're taking him in a little bit more, you kind of feel like he's been pieced together somewhat in an oddball fashion, and you get the sense that his original armament there looks like it was attached later.
Oh, fuck, he's so goddamn cool. But okay. All right. The cat is just going to continue looking him over just with pure curiosity.
Okay.
Her sword downward.
The first one, the one that came up to Safine. Stop the music now.
I do.
You said you wish to speak with Jidaji. But why?
And out of character, who can best articulate this?
He took something that's not his, and he needs to fucking leave.
We're disguised.
Yes,
we're
best
disguised
articulated.
as the cult right now, so we need a cult reason to speak to him.
He knows we're not the cult.
Safine literally just said we're not the cult.
Oh, never mind then. I didn't hear that part.
We are here to talk, to treat, and to resolve this issue peacefully.
What issue is that?
Apparently, you may have taken over someone's home, something about the ghost light, and we wanted to talk. To what's the word? A bargain.
Bargain.
We are diplomats representing our constituents.
The constituents, yes.
You see the warforged kind of look up at Cat. Sorry, not at Cat. The warforged sort of all look up at each other, and for a moment it's as if there is some wordless communication between them all. I'd take insight checks from anyone.
I mean, why not?
Ryland's gonna go ahead and stand up, by the way.
Yeah, baby.
As he's standing up, the one that's beside him says, I could have killed you now, and now, and now, and now.
I like this one.
Can you please not touch me? I'm allergic to metal.
What is allergic?
It means he's very, very scared of
It
it.
would be like if someone took water and put it inside you.
Warforged rust? My big friend, my big device. Do you know?
It doesn't say anything, but Nimue, Julius, Safine,
Passive
And-
17.
7, actually. All of you pick up that even though it seems that there's a moment where they're all kind of wordlessly just staring at each other, like glancing back and forth, you're picking up very, very subtle movements that they're making, different parts of their body. It might be just a very calculated twitch of a finger or a slight cock of the head or a very subtle shift of stance. And you get the sense that they have some deliberate means of communicating with each other silently with these micro gestures.
Julius is keeping an eye on as many as he can. He has not once unknocked the arrow that is in his bow. He's holding it down, but he is ready to fire at a moment's notice. And Aerie kind of stands with a low kind of growl. Not anything like immediately threatening, but more of like a kind of like an animal, like back off. This is my territory.
The one that initially approached Safine will begin to speak now. It kind of clocks Aerie and Julius and says, Your contingent shows contradictory displays, some of apparent defenselessness and others of high aggression.
Well, that
No,
means
it's a
I'm a friendly person. Y'all need a buff and shot? I got you.
Not aggression, dear sir. More of on guard and protected. Like you said,
Drop the fucking arrow. Look around you. This is not an operation.
There's no need.
Nah,
Julius?
there's no need
Hetty?
for it. We're here to talk.
Cat, against probably all of her better instincts, sheaths her greatsword.
Already
And she
told them
gestures
that
for Naz to do the same.
we are not of the cult. I've already said that our intent is not to deceive. So, if we're here to talk, then let's make sure that our actions don't deceive our words.
my actions don't deceive my words, but just like our friends here said,
That they felt it did.
it would be
They are
wise to be on guard.
Right, they are our host. And we will respect what they have to say.
We need to show that they can trust us, that we're not hostile. Kimi Shinaide.
I'm sorry, and I turn to the warforged. Do you have a designation that you wish to be called? Instead of just you, I would like to be more formal.
My designation.
Name.
It thinks hard about that for a moment.
As he hits the generator button.
If you have something you would like to be called in the meanwhile.
My designation is B14 GI 155, but I prefer to be known as Herbert.
Herbert Hoover. I heard Alphonse. Did anyone else hear Alphonse?
I'd like to call you, my big tovash, Kusok, because you are a fucking slab of meat.
What was the name? Did we get a name?
Herbert. Herbert.
Herbert.
Fiend, by the way.
It takes one more glance at Julius with his bow and says, "Your contingent demonstrates low cohesion, and while unpredictable, has been deemed a non-threat."
Right. Let you think that. He's gonna smile like a wry.
Oh yeah, they go,
smile.
Brady, look! She calls back. Sorry, that was a little loud.
He
You
smiles
see
a
one of the Sorry, what was that?
he smiles
We'll
like
translate.
a wry smile, and then he will put the arrow back in his quiver, but he's still holding his bow.
Oh, Rice Smile's really big. Get it.
The warforged that referred to itself as Herbert will say, "Consensus achieved." And one of the ones that was near Cat, you see it turns and it moves back into the up this grand staircase here and makes its way inside of the temple that you've been standing out here in the pouring rain the whole time. And it disappears within.
If we're in the rain, I'm gonna prestidigitation roleplay that away from her for us. Yeah, just dry us off.
It's just coming down continuously, but
Oh, I guess as we. I'm sorry, I thought there was a place to move. If we eventually get to a place to move, I will do that. Sorry.
no, you're good. You pause for a moment. The Warforged don't seem to take any action to move or to release you from your current positions or to stand down. They just seem to be waiting, almost completely motionless as they do so. And then eventually that one who ran off returns. It's moving pretty quickly, pretty urgently down the stairs. And then once it gets about here, it seizes up and I will give you guys insight checks one more time, and I would like Seven, Nimue, Julius, and Safine to roll with advantage.
Oh shit!
And Safine, myself, and Seven, I'll get a D4 on it too. Which ain't gonna matter jack shit. Oh my god.
Let's see.
Oh my god!
Oh, stop!
Well, I mean, come on. I was doing 18 to 19s, like, pretty consistent there for plus nothing.
Not so great this time. Nimue, Julius. You are the only two who read a wave of gestures going through this entire group, kind of starts its way at the very rear and works its way from back all the way up the front where you guys are standing. And even though you don't know the exact meaning of them, you both sense a shift in intent. It's subtle, but you can pick up very slight tensing, very slight repositioning. And you can tell that their intentions have gone from something approaching curiosity to hostility in a matter of about 2 seconds.
Oh, boy.
You hear in your head, Julius, hold.
One of them, in fact, Herbert, says, "We have received new orders. I am sorry. I liked the music."
Yeah, I didn't like you much.
And I'm going to need you guys to roll initiative.
Cat.
I live for battle!
I don't know if they're affected.
To fuck you all.
I don't know if they're affected, but the whole reason I was playing music is so I could charm them.
Shit.
Oh,
I need to get on. I forgot.
Performance.
Hold on, let him talk.
Oh shit.
you choose 5 creatures that watched and listened to you perform for 1 minute. Each creature or fail until it takes you time. Each target and is charmed if it fails for 1 hour.
I don't know if charm works on them. That's what I'm asking.
That's an excellent question. Let me double check.
You know.
My initiative should be a 25 on there. I forgot to click my token.
Right. Sure you did.
I really forgot to click my token.
Yeah, you did.
We can see it in chat, don't worry.
We don't see anything. We just see that 8. It's okay.
I'm sorry. Above there was a 25.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
If you scroll up right above Nimue.
It goes cat, Nimue, cat, Nimue.
Man, okay. Let's see. Wisdom DC 60.
It's mine, finally. Oh, I had advantage on that. That's whatever. How did I get, like...
The cup is empty.
I can still get a little more out of it.
Nimue, sorry, not Nimue, Safine,
Dang, they did well, huh?
they did pretty damn well. It seems that only one of them has been charmed. Which may be broken in just a moment, but I am going to give you... I'm going to give that one disadvantage on its initiative roll. I don't even know if it needs disadvantage. Apparently it's feeling pretty not up for fighting.
The line's not cut and the whale's not gone. Oh, since we're in combat, by the way, what did we do with the rapier?
We didn't do anything with it yet.
I thought we gave the Nimue.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we gave it to Nimue.
She's
Yeah.
got it right now.
We've been saying that since, like, last game. Like, she had it overnight.
Cool, so she's attuned to it.
I thought we talked about that at the beginning of this session.
Yeah, but she's been holding on to it in the meantime. I would assume. I don't know anyone.
I have no idea. That's why I was asking.
If you want to bow out for this match, doesn't bother me. Whatever. But I would say that we talked about giving it to her even during the battle last game. I know she also wouldn't be against discussing it. But I think that would have gotten discussed, and the problem is not the the ink character, but just timing out a character. But
Okay. It's unfortunate, but it makes sense. The one who returned and relayed the command is the first to act.
Oh, hold. I roll. Does my old initiative not count, or just the one that
What is your initiative?
I rolled, but I forgot to click on my token? It was
That's
25.
okay. 25? Okay. Is everyone else good? Okay. In that case, Julius, you are the first to act then.
Cool.
You just heard the warforged say this.
Well, alrighty then. Julius is going to immediately duck here. Ares going to move right about here. Bonus action. Ares taking dodge. Bonus action. I'm going to Hunter's Mark Herbert. And I'm going to sharpshooter his ass. He's the biggest motherfucker in the room.
You hit him.
No, that is a Kusok.
Right, but he's the 17, Hunter's Mark damage, 4, so 21.
21 points.
Second hit.
Second shot. Hits. 22.
Ares reaction, D6 of fire.
So another... okay. So it's a 17, 4 for 22. Then another 22. And then another 4. And then another 4. You put 2 arrows into him. And magically empowered as they are, infused by Aerie, they punch right through his armor. Second one sets his innards ablaze. And the smoke and flame begins to pour out as he collapses to the ground. Destroyed.
Come on then, motherfuckers! Let's dance!
This is the real Julius.
The warforged in the rear is going to also draw its bow.
Oh, good. All 5 of them get hit this round.
Oh, duel.
The first round of combat, the warforged.
I just wanted to be friends with Kusok.
All right, it is going to take a shot at the nearest target, that being Cat.
Oh, please, please. My friend Tobias, please.
Take a shot.
Choo! And it rolls a critical hit.
That is a nat 20, and that's fantastic.
So, got a great opening here.
Let's go for it.
Let's see. Critical hit deck for GMs. Let's draw a fresh one. It says, oh my god. Life-threatening.
Wait, what?
Internal bleeding.
Excuse me?
Oh, shit.
Make a DC 16 Constitution saving throw for me.
Are you kidding
please.
me? I'm sorry, what?
Yep.
Excuse me?
I'm gonna need you to make a Constitution saving throw because this thing just hit you in the fucking carotid artery here.
Oh my god! And it's... Oh, no! No! No way! Oh, man. Looks like I'm dying. I'm sorry.
You're going to take an additional 1d8 piercing damage at the beginning of your turn for the next...
Wow.
It might not be that bad. For the next 6 rounds.
Oh, wow!
Wow.
Oh my god!
And on top
That
of
is
that...
that's actually the worst,
you get that
man.
bio jelly.
On top of that, you're going to take 6 points of piercing damage right now.
Holy shit. Cool, man.
That was brutal.
Yeah, that was.
You just start gushing blood from this wound.
Well, this is going to be fun.
And there's another one. This one is much nearer. Also takes aim at Cat. But it's a natural one.
All right. All right.
Let's flip the script.
Pulling a real Nimue there, Anthony.
Yeah, what can I say? Oh, Feeble! You do not add your damage bonus to your next attack. All right, that one's kind of screwed. It's funny. It's almost like its heart isn't in what it's doing. There, see? Now its heart is bound in a chain. Whatever that icon is supposed to mean. And then there's another one who's acting. This is the one who's been going on about all of the ways that it could kill Ryland. And now it is going to do so. And it is going to strike at you twice.
We gotta fight for a right.
To not save
To
during
Paul.
Oh my god, it did it again.
Fuck.
Wow.
Here they come. Critical hit deck for GMs. This one is slashing damage. It's a weakening slash. Ryland, you're going to deal half damage on melee attacks for the next. Two rounds. As it cuts into some essential tendons and weakens your arm. Oh boy. That's going to be just 8 points of slashing damage, though, and then it will slash again with that arm blade, but it's only a 14 to hit you.
And with that one, Brown is just going to do a little whoop.
And dodges out of the way. Alright. Naz.
All right. I hope you guys can take care of everything over there because I need some support over here because I'm currently bleeding to death. And yeah. So Naz is going to speed over this bridge, and she's going to use her bonus action. Yeah, that's actually a better idea. Let me see. Yeah. Just a second.
Damn it, Safine.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, Naz is going to go ahead and use her movement and set up right in the middle of this bridge. And she's gonna use her javelins on this guy.
Okay.
She's gonna use 2 javelins. Wow. Are you kidding me?
Oh my god, dude.
Yo, what is happening?
That is, there's some momentary confusion there, and you don't add your I can't keep track of all of these statuses. There's too many.
Yeah. Oh man.
Naz will not add her proficiency bonus to her attacks for the next
Jesus.
4 rounds.
Yo, what the fuck?
I don't know.
Alright.
I don't know. Man.
Then this is a plus
going
6.
crazy.
Plus 6 instead. So that's 22 with her next javelin.
22 definitely hits.
Alright, then she's... Oh, I'm sorry. That was a great sword. That was supposed to be a javelin.
Oh?
But it would have been a plus 6 anyway.
It would have hit anyway.
Yeah, so that is... Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Oh, I'm wasting my rolls, but it's 5 piercing damage.
Okay, 5
And she's
points
gonna
of damage.
yell to Cat to get her ass on this bridge so they can form a wall. And Cat's probably gonna be like, "Ah, I can't! Oh, I'm bleeding to death, Devish." And that's all from me.
Nimue.
Nimue is going to run up here and help out Ryland. She's going to cast Hunter's Mark on this one
Bonus action, Hunter's
as a
Mark.
bonus action. And then she's gonna punch him.
Doosh.
Punch indeed. For 5 points of bludgeoning damage as your knuckles crack right into metal and wood.
Yeah, 9. That's a hunter's mark. And then
9 damage total.
And then we'll strike him with the rapier. I'm gonna go ahead and try Blood Drinker.
Okay. The 15 is a miss.
Okay. And that'll be the noise go.
That'll be it. Cat, the situation is getting ever more dire as you see there was a warforged hiding out in this great big tree over here, kind of standing in the crook of it, also wielding a longbow, takes aim at you, draws back,
Let's go.
fires.
Like deja vu. I'm like, I feel like I'm really far away as
That is
Max's character just gets riddled and
It's just a 15 to hit though, and that arrow will miss, striking the ground at Cat's feet. The warforged directly in front of Cat looks down at her, draws back its arm blade,
Kam Kusok.
and then its head pivots around to look at the one that just shot her so critically, and it says, "Consensus is not achieved. The order is not from Jidaji." And it takes up a stance in front of Cat.
This is
What?
the best day of my life. This is the best day of my life.
What about that time you saw your horse come back to life?
This is the second day, best day of my life.
7. It's your
necrodancer can't keep a good horse down.
I think you're still invisible. I don't think there's any reason why you should still be invisible.
You're saying that there's no reason I should still be invisible?
No, I believe you're still invisible.
Yeah, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not sure. So, with the warforged are not fighting us? No.
Some of them are. Some of them seem to be hesitating.
Can I tell which ones are hesitating?
Well, you certainly just saw that the one up to the north had an opportunity to strike at Cat and did not take it, and instead regarding its companions. The others around you, though, you can give me an insight check. It's so hard to read these damn things. Their faces have no expression.
I honestly have no idea what to do.
burn them.
Kill them all. No.
Can I banish Julius to another plane of existence?
I'll be back in a minute.
I like how nonchalantly he says that.
I guess I'm uncertain now. Which ones are enemies and how they could have gotten orders that weren't from Jidaji. It's very confusing.
This one's being
And-
he made fun
The
of
one,
me.
yeah. I mean, this one definitely just took a swing at Ryland. So you've seen several of them attack. The one that's nearest to you that has attacked is this one.
Herbert just looked threatening and like he was going to attack, so I just took him out.
I don't know. I guess I'll fly off to the side here, and I'm just gonna drop in initiative until all of them have acted, so I make sure I don't kill one who's on our side.
Okay, that's a reasonable thing to do. Wait and see. Cat?
So I take damage from this.
You do.
From...
You're gonna start off the top of the round by taking 3 points of piercing damage.
3. That's not.
3 bleed.
3 bleed.
So is there
5
any way
rounds left?
There's no way I can get rid of this condition until.
Nope.
You better just fucking
Fight
not
through
bleed
it.
out for the next 5 rounds.
Well, thank you for that, Anthony. I appreciate it. All right, let's see. Does this one to my immediate left look like it's hostile?
It hasn't really acted yet. I'll take an insight check.
All right, I'm not great at these, but
I mean, I think Kat normally assumes that most things on the battlefield are trying to kill her.
that's fair. But
yeah, it's hard to tell at the moment. It did just get it took a hit from Naz, and it's still kind of recovering from that, so it's a little hard to tell what it's going to do next.
And you said which ones of these had longbows? These ones over here.
All 4 of them up to the north of you, I should say, including the one in the tree.
Oh, I see. Okay. I don't want to move out from behind Kusok. So, man. Can I still do that? God. Yeah, fine. Since Naz already attacked this guy, I'm going to assume that this guy's hostile. So she's gonna go after this one with her greatsword. 2 attacks. Are you fucking kidding me?
Roll the damage on the 26.
Oh
first.
my god.
Okay, 11 points of slashing, and then another critical failure. What? I don't even know what to say about this.
Man.
Good.
This is disgraceful. As
really
you give up
is.
an inch. Up to 1d4 enemies within 5 feet of you may make an opportunity attack against you.
Are you? Oh my god.
There's only one enemy within 5 feet of you, so
right.
they will take their opportunity attack. Oh my god, what the fuck? Any who hit you may make an additional opportunity attack. God damn.
Wow.
That could lead you to just be dead if they hit a lot. That's rough.
He's whacking, he's hacking, he's
It's a 20 to hit you, Cat.
My AC is 20.
It's a hit, and it's going to deal 4 points of slashing damage, and then it follows up with its second opportunity attack, which will miss as it glances off of your new strange armor.
I'm just flabbergasted, man.
So hold up.
uh,
If he had hit on the second one, could he have made a third one?
No, it would have just been one more.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's all I'm gonna do.
All right, Ryland, you're up.
Ryland is gonna move on to the other side of Mr. Mean Man. Nimue, do I have your reaction?
Hell yeah.
Looks like you left your internal organs vulnerable back here.
Oh god.
And then I'm gonna hit him with a guiding bolt. Oh my god!
You're 5 feet away. That would be disadvantage.
Yeah,
Oh
it would
yeah,
be.
that is a spell. I forgot that thing's with a spell cast. Never mind. Well, I already did it. I'm gonna be like, oh no.
Yeah, it'll. As you say that and try to strike it, and the spell just dissipates harmlessly on its armor, it says incorrect. Anything else from Ryland?
No, that'll be it.
And the one that lashed out at Cat is now going to continue trying to lash out at Cat. Prepares its arm blade and strikes. And as it does so, that 22 is turned into a 14 as the big one interposes itself and gives the attacker disadvantage.
I'm gonna die in your arms, big slab of meat.
Saying, I am not made of meat.
It is expression.
What? I shoot the big one.
That won't
If
stop
you kill Kusok, I'm actually gonna fly to fucking Georgia and kill you.
that won't stop this Warforged from attacking again, but its second strike is only a 15.
Yeah, that's missing.
And this guy here, he's got a fucking bow. And he is shooting with it. He's going to take aim at Naz.
And her AC actually just got raised.
Oh, but it's a 23 to hit. Man,
it is a hit.
They are rolling 9 points of piercing damage to Naz. And Safine is up.
Okay, so I am gonna go ahead and the one down here. Did this? I'm trying to click. It speaks them on the line tool. Second. This guy, has he done anything hostile?
Not yet. He hasn't had his turn yet.
Is he in
He hasn't had his
initiative?
turn yet.
Oh wait, is he in initiative?
I don't think so, because I've tried to put my hand over him.
He's not in initiative. I missed him.
I'm gonna tell my zombies.
He'll act next.
I'm gonna tell my zombies to pin him to the ground. And then I am going to step back to here, and so they're all gonna make grappling and I think 5e zombie. 1 second.
Okay, they're all attempting to grapple him.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to make an athletics check, I guess, against each of them. Against the 14, he passes. Against the 11, he passes, just barely. And against the 16, he fails and is grappled.
Hey. And then I am going to hold my turn, and then any one of the warforged within that I can see, and I think it's these, they take a aggressive action towards one of my compatriots. I'm gonna hit him with my wand.
Got it.
To hold action.
Alright. That one, it actually rolled a 20 on its initiative, but it's just going to act now for the moment. And it simply observes the 3 zombies, the one actually managing to hold it down. And it says, "A sound tactical decision, but I am not your enemy."
I look at it and I just nod.
And then it is going to be this Warforged. It was charmed, and I believe the charm is over since it has witnessed attacks. Right? Is that how it works?
I think it's only when it takes damage.
Yeah, I only want to take
Until it takes any damage, you attack it, or it sees you attack or damage its allies.
So how does it interpret my zombies?
I would argue it just watched you give the order to have your zombies do that. I think it's going to...
I think that's fair enough.
Be acting And it will indeed act. It will come straight towards Julius.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I did just fucking kill the leader.
You did kill one of them, and this one is going
To get bombarded by magic missiles.
It's going to get bombarded by magic missiles.
That's gonna... It's aggressive action towards Julius. It's gonna trigger my action.
Alright. It will take 11 points of damage. And you can see that it hesitates for a moment, but then as it gets blasted by Safine, changes targets. It hasn't actually gotten to take its action yet. It'll keep on moving and attack Safine. Arm blade swinging your way. It's a 19 to hit you. 11 points of slashing damage. Followed up by a 16. Does that hit you?
Yep.
Alright, that will be an additional 8 points of slashing damage as it hacks into you twice. And the last one in initiative is the first one dead.
Plus
Julius.
7.
Yes, 7. You are at the bottom now. Is there anything you want to do now that you see how this is shaken out?
So the three furthest from me all shot at Cat?
So far, the only two that you have seen to not attack are the one up here and this one down here, which is currently grappled but is not doing anything hostile. They just happen to have the same token. It was not planned that way.
Got it. Okay, then in that case, I guess since he's invisible, you probably don't see anything until like some kind of glowing image of brimstone appears around here. It starts getting brighter and brighter and brighter, and then goes boom.
Goes boom. I'm sorry, I was zoomed way too close in on the map. I didn't see where you pinged. All right.
Pinging so that these three up
Gotcha.
here get caught in the boom.
I see it, and I will. Wow, good boom.
Shit!
All right, all three of them are going to make dexterity saving throws. These guys with the bows seem to be pretty damn nimble, light on their feet, but one of them gets caught head on. Two of them get caught, and when they take 34 points of damage, they simply get blown to smithereens.
Nice,
The one that passed is going to take, what is that, 17?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And as Seven pops out of invisibility, floating there over the cart to the side of the road, he just screams out for everyone to stand down. He seems frustrated.
All right, top of the round, Julius. Seven blows up several of them and says, "Stand down." What do you do?
Stand down with the one that's attacking Safine. And the one that's attacking Ryland. Not likely on those. And the one that's attacking Cat, by the way. How far away is the one that's attacking Cat?
Not that far.
Let me see.
With a longbow, it's only 85.
Not far enough. Yeah, I'm going to... I won't move the Hunter's Mark. I will not move the Hunter's Mark yet. I'm still concentrating on it, but Ares gonna move right here. Julius is gonna knock an arrow back, and he's going to actually... He sees Cat's hurting pretty bad. He's gonna sharpshooter on the one that's attacking Cat.
Sharpshooter, the one that's attacking.
Sharpshooter that's attacking Cat.
That is a hit. 22 points of damage. Leaves it in pretty bad condition.
He'll sharpshooter again.
And hits it again. And it goes down with a second arrow sticking out of it.
Nice.
Safine, does Ari have your reaction?
You're muted. You're muted.
I said, of course, is he getting excited with all this blood loss?
God.
15 to hit the warforged.
Alright, that is a miss.
Damn. Okay. Then Julius will, since he hasn't moved yet, he will reposition himself over here.
Alright. This one up here just got hit by a fireball. It doesn't like that very much. It's got a very long-range bow in its hands. Let's see. What is the range on a long bow again?
600 feet?
600 feet. I want the short range.
150.
Yeah, 150. It just got blowed up by 7, so it is going to take a shot at him. It lines up. And it is going to fire. Oh, they have 2 attacks. How silly of me. Oh, wow. But it's a natural 1 on the first. Okay. It's going to take a d4 penalty to its next attack roll. Okay, so it will fire again. Should have had them shooting twice the whole time. It's going to shoot at 7 a second time, but it takes a d4 penalty. It doesn't matter because it's atrociously low no matter what. Both arrows fly past 7 as he is calling for peace. The warforged here is dead. This warforged is surrounded on either side and seems to be locked in combat with both Ryland and Nimue. It is going to... Well, it started with Ryland. It can see that he is in poor shape, and it's going to try again. Armband him. Arm blade him. Oh my god.
Anthony, we had to talk about this 2 sessions ago.
What is happening, man?
I haven't even had to pull out the critical hit deck for you guys yet. I've just got the one for the bad guys out. I've drawn like 5 cards from it.
Oh man.
It's dangerous. Something slipped in your armor, Ryland, and your AC is... No, wait, I'm sorry. I just drew from the critical fail deck. The critical hit deck. Oh, yeah, is that... Yeah, no. Oh, no, that's the right one.
Yeah,
something slipped. Right, there we go. Well, one way... Well, maybe you slipped a disc then, because something slipped. And, oh my god, your AC is reduced by 6.
Yo, what?
For the next... These... For the next... For the next round. Just one round.
Oh my god.
That slice was bad, and it will deal you... I have to roll the actual damage. Just 5 points of damage. But now your AC is down 6 for its next attack. And it will land another hit. Would have done it regardless. Another 10 points of slashing damage. The one that tried to protect Pat seems... Not that you can read features exactly on this thing, but in its voice you swear you can hear a little bit of frustration of its own. As it says, "The order was not from Jidaji!" Though with a little bit less emotion than that. And it, let's see, what's it got? I don't know if it's quite going to turn on its allies at this point, but it will continue to take a defensive stance beside Kat as she's still squirting blood everywhere. Naz.
It's just a flesh wound. It's okay, Naz. Go take care of the other one. And Naz is going to go ahead and rush down to this guy that is menacing their companions. And she's going to swing twice with her greatsword. 15 and 16.
The 16 hits.
Alright, so 16, 10 points of slashing damage.
10 points of slashing.
And I think that's all she can do for right now.
Alright. Nimue.
Nimue is going to go for a punch.
You have my reaction?
Thank you.
Advantaged. It is going to hit.
Yes.
5 points of bludgeoning as you crunch into its armor.
We're gonna go for the rapier.
But that will be turned.
I'm gonna go ahead and spend 1 point to Flurry of Blows.
Also hits. 9 points of damage, and you stove in this thing's armored head as it has its back to you, fighting Ryland. It goes down. It looks at Ryland as it falls to its knees and says, "She did better than you!" And then falls to the ground and dies.
Whoa, okay, cool.
Damn.
That's just rude.
Anything else from Nimue?
I guess I technically still have one more unarmed
Yeah.
strike.
You got one more.
I'm gonna run over to this guy.
Scooping up the field mice and popping them on the head.
Play.
Let's get this guy down here. Yeah, you bop him on the head for another 10 points of bludgeoning, wounding him badly.
Nice. Cool. That'll be my turn.
Wounding it. The one up in the tree still has a pretty good vantage on everything that's happening. And takes aim. Oh yeah, right at Cat.
Yeah, baby.
It takes the shot.
Take the shot. Yelling in the phone. Take the
24.
shot. That's a good old hit, man.
4 points of piercing, and it's got a second one up its sleeve. Oh my god!
If I'm not fucking Boromir by the end of this fucking fight, I'm going to be disappointed, Anthony.
It takes it rolls a 1. Whoops! Reroll attack against the closest creature to the target other than yourself. Reroll attack against the closest creature to the target. I guess it's gonna potentially hit the other warforged here.
It's going to hit its ally.
The one that didn't know if it wanted to jump into combat.
Yeah, this might make up its mind for it, actually. Let's see. Oh, but it's a miss. It glances off of this big warforged's heavy plates, and it seems perturbed by that. It is going to decide that enough is enough. And it is going to advance. It moves up 30 feet, takes a javelin, and is going to hurl it at the nearest longbow-wielding warforged. Actually, does it have the reach for the long one? Because it might just go for the long one. Oh, it does. Javelins go quite far.
Mm-hmm.
It's just at disadvantage, but it will do that. And it'll hit him.
Nice.
Not a critical hit, but will still deal 6 points of damage as he strikes the one up in the tree. Seven.
Wait, so this one here, is that dead or not acting or what?
Which one? The
one who gave the order.
I'm trying to ping it. I don't know if it's
No,
working.
that one is attacking. He's been attacking with the longbow. The only one not attacking left on the field has been this guy in the bottom left corner who said, "I'm not your enemy." This guy.
What about the? I thought you were talking about the guy in the tree.
No, he.
The only. So there's two who have not taken hostile actions towards you, and one of them has actually now attacked another warforged, and they both happen to have this token. So
Yeah, that's
it's
Kosa,
that.
Kosa
If you see that guy, he's not attacking you.
These two are not enemies. The other three are.
Okay. In that case, I don't have to move to do. I'll just throw a magma bolt at this enemy here.
All right, magma bolt.
Do I still get the D4s?
Yeah. Because you're within 30 feet of people.
17.
A 17 hits him and deals 11 points of fire damage. The magma strikes this thing dead on. It superheats it, melts right through the stone plating that this one has on its chest, and keeps on going through, and it collapses.
Nice.
All right, then I think Seven's gonna fly over to in front of this one, and just like take a defensive stance with his back to it, trying to indicate that he's guarding it, I guess.
All right. Kat, it's your turn. You see the one up in the tree and one down, locked in combat with your allies.
Can't exactly reach the one in the tree right now, but maybe I can move ahead of field while Naz supports you guys in the back, because it looks like you guys have it handled. So am I able to get any cover from the guy in the tree if I slide down, like behind some
Yeah, you could definitely hunker behind that hut and get some cover from him.
All right, then I'm going to do just that. I'm gonna sprint right past Kusok and dash my way over there and take cover right behind this building. And with my sword drawn, still bleeding profusely everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, your damage.
Yeah, so let me get that damage.
Thanks. 4 more points.
All right.
4 rounds left on that.
You know, I'm not that bad. It's just gonna be pretty bad. My turn.
All right, Ryland.
So Ryland is going to. Let me just make sure I know the distance. Oh my god, put the bag away.
I was.
We cannot see you, but we can hear you.
That is exactly what I was doing. I was putting it away.
115 with this in range. And I'm going to launch a guiding bolt at the guy in the tree.
Shoo! Flies up to the tree and misses, dude, misses.
Ryland jumps off the cliff.
How can he guide others when he cannot even find the way himself?
Oh!
Says a voice from nowhere. This warforged is dead. This warforged is dead. It's Safine's turn.
Hey, so I am going to look into the eyes of the one in front of me, and I am going to vicious mockery.
DC 16 for all of 1 point of psychic damage. Let's see how it handles a wisdom saving throw. Not amazingly. And
and what I say for my thing is like, last night I plugged into your motherboard. And then I'm going to have my zombies. I'm going to tell them to pin this one, and I am gonna. So 2 of them, because they're gonna go to the closest. This one's just not gonna get there because of that. So 2 of them are going to try to make a grapple.
Okie dokie. Let's see, 17 and 6. This one's going to roll against that. Fails on the first one.
Yeah, so the second one would try to push him to the ground.
Okay. Push him to the ground. That would be the shove action.
Yeah, with a 6, he'd have to get a negative.
He would have to roll very poorly indeed. He could fail. Actually, no, he can't fail. You're right. Yeah, he stays on his feet.
You know what? I'm gonna stay right there, and just, look at him smugly, and that is going to be my turn.
I have a quick question for you about dissonant whispers. Isn't that the one that makes them flee?
Yes.
He used vicious
as
mockery.
far as
I'm sorry, vicious mockery.
Yeah, he has disadvantage on the.
He has disadvantage on his next attack roll. Is that right? Or attack rolls for 1 round, something. Let me actually read the damn thing. The next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn. Okay, that's all. Sorry, I always get that mixed up with dissonant whispers. Okay. Disadvantage on its next attack roll. Well, it's making its next attack roll, and it is at disadvantage. It is still going after Safine, who hit it.
Oh, well, I didn't. I forgot where it was in the initiative. That's my fault. So, let's go.
Here it goes. It's at disadvantage, which means it's only a 22 to hit you. 9 points of slashing damage. You're not concentrating on anything, are you?
Nope.
Okay. And then it slashes again. But it's just a 10, and as it swings at you with both strikes, there's a slightly plaintive tone to its voice as it says, "You shot me." And it's Julius's turn.
Holy shit, man.
Well, rightio. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 right here. Bonus action. Can Ari get your reaction, please, Safine?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to try and munch the warforge.
It will munch.
And it will take, that's fire, so 5 piercings, 1 fire.
It will munch, it will crunch 6 points of damage. The thing is wavering.
Then... Oh, the other fucker's in range. It's not benefiting from full cover in that tree, is it?
It is not.
Cool! I'm going to back my arrow and I'm going to fire at it. No sharpshooter on the first one. Oh,
God.
Fuck!
Oh my god.
The first time I don't use sharpshooter.
First die.
Alright, awkward noisemaker. This attack alerts your target to your presence. Well, yeah, okay. It was already well aware of you. As you begin cursing loudly at your bow.
Fuck! Fucking hell! Fucking shit! Fuck! Hit it! Fuck!
That 12 will miss as the second arrow thuds into the tree next to it.
What the fuck? Yeah, that's all Julius got.
Alright, this one is dead. This one is dead. This one is not your enemy. And it will just kind of look at Seven, who is taking a defensive posture like alongside of it. And it just nods to him. It's going to move carefully over here to stand over the body of the downed warforged. It looks at the one who is being grappled by zombies and has been struck from Aerie. And it is going to say, "The fighting need not end with your destruction. It need not end in death. Remember, there are other ways." And you can see the warforged struggling. It's going to make a wisdom saving throw. But it just shudders and says, "Enemies surround me. I am damaged. I must finish what has started." The warforged looks sad as it swings its arm blade down and misses. Apparently it doesn't have the heart to finish the job as it makes two kind of lame swings at this thing. Naz?
Good soldiers follow orders. Naz is going to use that, and she's going to use and dash. So she's going to move almost 90 feet? No, she can actually move up to 100 feet. No, it's only 90 feet. She's going to move 90 feet. I'm going to make sure she can get there. And
yeah, that aggressive feature is pretty intense.
And take cover behind this building, similar to Cat. And they're going to get ready to charge up these fucking stairs, man.
All right. Nimue?
I think I'm going to go ahead and bonus action summon the arms for a little extra. And Nimue's kind of confused, so she's going to use some non-lethal on this guy.
But the 11 misses, I'm afraid.
Second strike. Still non-lethal. I'll go normal rapier.
16 will hit with the rapier.
And let's see. So here's rapier damage.
Just to be clear, is that the blood drinking rapier?
Normal rapier.
Oh, okay.
Not blood drinking rapier.
Okay, a normal rapier comes out. Hits it for 6 non-lethal damage.
Colossal Slayer.
It has Colossal Slayer. It has Hunter's Mark.
It's down. It was down on the 6 damage.
Oh, gotcha. But not intending to kill it.
Anything else from Nimue?
I want to turn to this other warforged who's struggling, and she's going to reach out and put a hand on its shoulder, and she's going to say, "You feel something." And that's it.
Okay. And the last warforged here, still up in the tree, is going to retreat. Moves 5, 10, 15 feet. Hops off of the tree onto the stairs here, 20 feet. Let's see. 25, 30. It then dashes, moving another 30 feet up to what looks like a sort of railing here, which kind of separates the inside of the temple from the outside. It jumps the railing and then uses a cunning action to keep running and retreats inside, moving swiftly out of sight into the darkness. That will bring us to the end of this quite brief combat, not even 3 full rounds,
Trash.
has ended with a lot of dead warforged, but some who are not dead, some who have actually avoided fight.
So what'll happen to Cat's internal bleeding?
Oh,
Oh yeah, how many rounds were left of that? 4?
4.
All right, let's just get that out of the way. Hey,
48. Let's go.
And oh yeah, this is gonna be fun.
32 points of damage.
32. Ain't too bad.
what? Let's see. 4d8 is just 12 points of damage.
Oh, what? Who said that?
Who do you think said that?
I'm gonna mute you because I actually subtract that much fucking damage because I didn't even fucking look at it.
I was like, wow, he really just he accepted that very readily.
Julius just looks around. What in the actual fuck was that?
Then you see Kat collapsing with her bleeding all over herself, and Naz is gonna rush over.
Hunter's Mark is still up for an hour, so Julius is still concentrating on it.
Did
Hey, Kusok. I'm fine.
You
Are you
are
okay?
hemorrhaging.
I am. Thank you for coming to our aid. It was most unexpected.
Coming to aid.
You, you helped me. You defended me, like a knight. Yes.
Knight. No, I did not agree with the order.
And that makes you much more than a soldier. I am afraid to tell you.
Who the fuck gave that order?
Seven will ask the one down here. He'll say, "Describe the source of the insurrection."
It seems to be trying to process that and says B12 GI 155 did not reach consensus with the order that was given.
If it wasn't Jidaji, who gave the order?
It was coded with another name. Whom I've suddenly realized I need to generate.
Generating name. Please hold meat bags.
No, there's just the broadband sound going.
It's processed.
Dial-up's going up right now.
That's the dial-up sound.
It casts its dial-up to connect to Hive Mind.
It says the communication was coded from Aranthur. Like so.
In a sentence.
Aranthur. All right.
Yeah, Julius looks at the one that's been helping Cat like, who the fuck gave that order? We were here to talk.
Julius. Could you help me a little?
Oi, Julius will come over and Ari will go to the other side, and both Julius and Ari will help pick Cat up.
No, I meant with health, with healing.
Right. Apologies.
I don't need to get up. I'm already standing.
Apologies. I forget I can do that sometimes.
I know.
Your wounds, first level.
I feel a little better. A little better. Thank you, Julio.
Julius,
Yes, yes. Kusok! And she calls as he walks away. What do you plan to do with this Aranthur?
Oh, that's the name of the bloke that fucking called the order to attack us.
Oh, right, we didn't hear that. What do you plan to do with the leader of the insurrection?
Hold on, how could someone overrule Jidaji? I thought Jidaji was the top guy around here.
Oh, you know, orders always get mixed up. Sometimes they say it's one person, but there's not. You know, miscommunication.
Hold up, you've dealt with that in your rank?
Absolutely. Have you not?
No! They usually walk the bloody plank if that happens.
Well, if you have to do that with your sailors, then you know, lack of discipline, whatever. And she walks away.
Not the lack of discipline. Orders don't get mixed up. They take the captain's orders.
Sure, yes, all the time. I'm sure no one does anything other than what you say. Yes. And she's
I also
already
don't tell
walking
them to
farther.
do all the time.
Ryland, are you okay? I didn't see the rest of you. I assume you were all okay, but you look a little worse for wear, no?
The only thing hurts my pride.
Ah, well, the good thing is that I have the perfect cure for that. That is time.
It's also booze. That helps a lot.
She just pats Ryland on the shoulder with a friendly smile. You did good.
Ryland is exceedingly sad.
Do you wish
rolling on the
to?
ground.
Would you like a hug, Ryland? I have found that hugs are sometimes the best medicine.
Or rum.
You can hug me. You don't have to ask. I'm a hug machine.
Okay, and Kat's gonna give him a hug.
So how the fuck is someone able to give orders that's not the top guy, that go against what the top guy wants? How the fuck does that happen?
Obviously.
That doesn't seem like a fucking miscommunication to me.
How about we ask the people being miscommunicated? That? How were you able to tell that it wasn't Jidaji?
The other told us it came from Aranthur. Aranthur has been ceded authority to give orders on a temporary basis.
Is Jidaji even here?
He is.
By the assistant manager.
The deputy that has been given powers and seeks to abuse them, da?
Oh, so he's the first mate. Well, why the fuck is the first mate usurping the orders of the captain?
Oh, that's never happened to you?
No. Never.
And I'm sure that they are very subtle with it.
The nautical analogy is inaccurate. He is not a commanding officer. He is a member of the cult.
Oh.
Jidaji's a member of the cult?
No, Aranthur.
Oh, shit.
Keep up, Julio.
I'm keeping up, kind of, a little bit. I don't fucking deal with cults on the damn sea, okay?
Lower your voice.
If you think about it, isn't every pirate ship a cult?
No, we're not a cult.
They answer to the top person, do they not?
That's not a cult.
Sounds like a cult.
I don't make them sacrifice shit to me.
You just said walk the plank. Is that not the ritual sacrifice?
No, it's what punishment for people.
Out of the sea.
It's the same kind of punishment some
sailors do.
It's this punishment for disobedience. Same thing with an execution. If you go AWOL.
Yes. So you punish them? Punish. Safin?
Right. I don't care about what you do with your armies. However, I do care what they have to say, and that's a little bit more pertinent right now.
Yes. I apologize, Safin. We've gotten off track.
So, Aranthur is part of this cult. Great.
Obviously, we came in the robes, Then we said we weren't them. I can see where things might have gotten heated.
Hmm.
Can you see what it looks like, what we did?
Yes. Yes.
Julius will look at the two warforged that have helped us. Would you be able to escort us to Jidaji then?
Escort. It may be possible, but there are many warforged, many of our kin inside of the temple. They may take orders from Aranthur, even if there is dissension.
And as these two warforged are standing here next to each other, you can tell that they actually do look very, very similar to each other. They've clearly been modified over time in slightly different ways, but they are their original base chassis, shall we say, looks remarkably similar. And one turns to the other and says,
B3GI011. Why did you dissent from the order given?
And it responds,
Aranthur, I do not wish to follow orders from Aranthur. I follow orders from Jidaji. B3GI012. Why did you dissent? I was just following you.
Dollar in love.
Cutest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Adorable.
You see Cat
I
kind of
don't quite
dancing
understand.
with like her still bleeding, like squealing a little inside.
Quick question. Are you two always on guard or on patrol together?
It is common for us to receive guard duties here along the main path.
What is your opinion of Aranthur?
you see the two warforged kind of look at each other. Some of those little micro gestures.
We do not like Aranthur. Aranthur gives orders. We follow them because Jidaji has said to, but sometimes these orders feel wrong.
Wrong in what way? Like they would harm you? Like it would not be good for you
I
to
think
follow these orders?
he may not know, but I think he's talking about moral obligations.
Moral obligations. I did not know that Warforged had compunctions about such things.
011 says,
Jidaji sometimes requires of us killing, but it is always to serve a purpose. Aranthur requires of us killing sometimes as well, but the purpose is less clear.
He uses you as a weapon.
It sounds like there's some part of you that knows the importance of life.
And I bet he doesn't even say thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No, he does not say thank you.
Well, sounds like we need to kill him in my book.
Before we go killing more people that could give us valuable information, perhaps we should ask, why did Jidaji give over this power, this authority to Aranthur? Is Jidaji incapacitated in some way?
011 says, no, Jidaji is not incapacitated. He is not at the temple base, though. He has taken others to the high mountain shrine, while others have been left to guard the temple base.
The High Mountain Shrine? Where the fuck is that?
Why did the Jidaji go up to the mountain shrine?
Uncertain. The reasoning behind the choice was not communicated to these units, to us.
Ryland, do you know how to get to this High Mountain Shrine or wherever the fuck it is?
Well, I reckon it'd probably be those big statues we saw behind the temple in the mountain.
Well, I say we make our way over there then.
Well, hold on. We should probably fix this issue with... What do you think, all of you? Aranthur, you could pose a threat? That?
Not if we get not if we get Jidaji involved on our side.
Well, a common thing fighting on the land is encirclement. We could be set upon from the rear and from the front if we take the wrong step.
How many warforged are here besides the...
more inside the temple.
Mm-hmm. That's our other problem. If we decided to go in and try and take care of Aranthur, we could be walking into too much.
That is true.
How many more warforged are here besides the party that Jidaji took to the High Mountain?
The two warforged, one of them 012 specifically, says,
It is difficult what you ask. It stands in opposition of our processes. It stands in opposition of orders to reveal intelligence to the detriment of our kin.
We don't...
are a very loyal knight, but I think you have seen what has happened with Aranthur. How I say, it could be more detrimental if Aranthur keeps giving out these orders that are not benefiting your kin. So it would be in your best interest to assist us with establishing or removing Aranthur from power over you and restoring Jidaji.
why don't you give me a persuasion roll?
I swear if I keep fucking rolling like I have all night. Oh!
Wow.
Yeah.
That's why I invested in fucking persuasion, baby.
012 and 011. Again, you see these quick gestures, and then there's a response.
I am no knight, but perhaps in the revelation of intelligence, it will minimize casualties to other warforged. this is an acceptable outcome. You will not hurt them if you need not.
If they give us no reason to, I see no reason to do so.
Mhm.
But again, I cannot speak without the consent of all my companions. Safine, Ryland, Nimue, Julius, and Seven, what do you think?
Well, I can't hit a barn right now, so I'm not hitting anything.
Perhaps you can convince them with dogs, da?
You're good at that, right?
If they don't attack me or us, I'll say, if they don't openly attack us, I'm not going to fight against them. I have no interest in them.
This
However,
is unlikely. Many of them are dedicated to the completion of orders given. Not all of us think so clearly yet.
Then we
I
have
will-
to accept there will be violence, but it's only in self-defense. I believe this is acceptable to you two.
In the
Self-defense.
preservation of one's life.
in the hopes of restoring peace.
Peace. We reach consensus.
And one of the warforged, very awkwardly, just with one abrupt gesture, reaches out its sword arm towards Cat. And for a second you think it's coming up to strike, but then it holds it there in a gesture that you realize as an attempt at a handshake.
And Kat will draw her own sword and then softly let it clang the flat end to flat end in a similar gesture. And she has this big smile on her face.
Peace. I was not built for peace.
You were
My
built
friend,
by piece, though.
yes, you were. And may I just say, my friend, you may not think you are a knight, but if you find out more about them, you might find you and they have more in common than you think.
You get to choose. And you've gained allies today.
Knight. An improper designation. I am Battalion 3, General Infantry 011.
Well, maybe you've earned a new name.
I like you. I'm going to call you Biggin.
This one is Kusok. Do you like that name? Should I keep calling you that? I shouldn't say that if you don't like it.
Pusok. What does this designation indicate?
It indicates big, slab, honk.
These terms have not been assimilated. Besides big,
And yes, you are quite big.
it seems an accurate moniker. Very well. We shall share with you what we know of the defenses and the numbers of personnel contained within the temple. There are at present,
It quickly scans around the battlefield, counting up the dead.
Five General Infantry class. Actually, wait, that's not all of them. Hang on. Nine General Infantry class warforged within the temple. there are six reconnaissance class warforged inside the temple. There is one artificer.
Interesting.
And there is one heavy assault class warforged in the temple. Additionally, there are members of the cult of the God Eaters. That's not right. There are 13 known to reside within the temple. There are also prisoners, 5.
Prisoners.
Surviving members of the Temple of the Yielding Heart.
Oof. Cat turns to Safine. What do you think?
There is one additional warforged. It is recon designation, but different from the others, unlike standard reconnaissance units. It has been observed to carry a very large crossbow.
I say we leave.
I think we need to retreat. Get out of this valley as fast as we can.
Hold up, it carried a very large what?
Crossbow. We must get out of here.
Oh shit, I can fucking take that piece of shit. Let me at it.
Come back.
No, we are all going to die.
We come back with an army.
You might. I was about to say we need an army.
It's a fucking crossbow. It can only.
No! You don't understand. We need at least 3 of you.
It can only shoot 150 feet.
How many? We need at least you to die twice, and then come back a third time.
Remember your past life.
Hold up. It can only shoot 150 feet. I can shoot 600 fucking feet.
See, you say that. You say that.
You have not seen it fight like I have seen it fight. It keeps running away. It keeps shooting. It never stops.
Put a fucking empowering bond on my ass and let me have a crack at it.
No.
Well, I don't think we should walk right in for this one. This doesn't seem the way to go.
You would propose alternative tactics?
There's a large amount of enemies within and something they can defend. I don't think going down the center is the way to go.
I agree.
There's a treatise on tactics I've studied extensively in the eye. among its chapters, there's one that comes to mind.
Regale us.
It's called the Adler approach.
Oh no.
What exactly is this Adler approach? And who the
Sounds
fuck is this
legendary.
Adler?
How many approaches do we have?
He sounds like a fucking jackass.
Like an arsenal.
Sorry. We can't burn down the monastery. Dad would be really mad at me.
You are correct in your assessment. It is very wet.
Okay. The new Art of War is going to have a chapter with just Adler with a torch.
I haven't burnt down a building as a distraction. Are you really playing D&D?
That's fair.
Distraction?
Yes.
That was the whole strategy. We just burned down the building.
Do you not do that? Was it not a... I mean, it was a distraction the whole time. Yeah, for sure. That's what I was thinking.
So what the fuck's our plan now? Are we staying? We leaving? We taking? What are we doing?
This is what we were discussing, Tovaj. Calm yourself. Have another drink of your rum.
Well, there's only two things we can do here. We can either go through them to get to Jidaji, or we could ask these fine esteemed gentleforged to give Jidaji a message for us to meet us somewhere.
Would he be willing to leave to come for a clandestine meeting?
He's not here, out of character.
I'm here.
No, Jidaji, right?
No, I'm asking
He's at
I'm asking the warforged if Jidaji would be amicable.
Uncertain. Jidaji sometimes gives orders that we do not fully understand. Jidaji sometimes makes decisions that are beyond our current capacity to rationalize. Jidaji promises a new way, but the new way is sometimes strange and confusing. He may wish to talk, but only if he knows it will help him in his new way.
Out of character, Anthony, would you say I am familiar with Shantzi?
You've probably interacted with them, probably not terribly closely. Maybe when Ryland was younger, Shantzi may have visited from Yielding Heart at some point in the past. Probably the same time when you met that other monk, Iren.
Would you say it's familiar enough for a sending spell?
Can you post sending for me? Any distance, other planes of existence, familiar. Yeah, I mean, if you've met her at one point in the past, even years ago, I'd say that's enough for the spell. The real question is one other thing, which I need to check real quick. Yeah, I don't don't think that interferes. What do you want to send?
Oh, I don't know. I got to think about that part still. I was just, I didn't want to put a lot of effort into something that wasn't going to work out.
No, that's fair. You think you could maybe try sending a message?
Yeah, I'm gonna think of something real quick while I do that. While we're sitting here talking too, I am going to just kind of squat for my prayer of healing for all the injured part people.
Oh no, the Vice. Out of curiosity, I'm gonna ask Naz if she recognizes these creatures, since they seem to recognize me. I wasn't sure if she would recognize them at all.
Yeah, Naz. Have Naz give me a history check.
Sure.
That's exactly good enough. Naz looks at them and shrugs. Says,
"They look like standard 3rd Battalion units. We used to fight them early on. Don't you remember? It's years ago, I suppose. They've been swapped out for newer models since then."
I thought I might have recognized them, but they recognize my face in particular. Maybe they recognize you too. Oh, the old foes meet as comrades on the field. Isn't that like a story, Naz?
she shrugs. Doesn't seem to be really impressed.
We've seen lots of warforged.
That's fair. I don't know. I like these ones.
Ask them their kill count. I've heard that every warforged keeps track of its number of total executions since its first deployment.
Ooh, good question. Excuse me. What is your kill count, each of you? Not built at once.
B3GI011 says,
over the 7 years in which I served, "35 confirmed kills."
35. I see.
This is fascinating, but are we going?
I believe we are sending a message, no?
Don't rush me.
35. Naz, I think you beat him.
The Warforged says,
"The number of confirmed wounded and incapacitated is 144.
Interesting.
Is Ryland?
I'm crafting it up now.
Okay, you're still crafting out your 25 words.
Yeah, I've got 25. I just need to refine this to make sure I'm
Okay, make
right.
it
Well, if we're sitting here, then Seven is very tempted to take out a piece of paper and a quill and make his invisible eye and send it through the entire temple to create a map of the temple and denote the positions of every warforged he sees, and then ask the two warforged out here about each of them, so we can know what model they are and basically scout out this whole building before we do anything.
Okay. You take the time to summon your arcane eye, utilize your farsight, and you send the eye forward.
It's like the best spell.
Let's see here.
Do we want to let the warforged send a message to Jidaji, or are we wanting them to just walk us up?
Okay. You send your eye forward, and I will put it... Did I create an eye token for you, or did I just make one temporarily and then totally forget to save it?
I don't know. I don't remember ever having control of an eye token. I'm usually scouting from like miles away and just maybe I had an eye once. I can't remember. But.
I think I might have made a little eye for you once, but yeah, it got lost in the sauce. Oh, come on. There we go. It looks better. And let's just give it vision. I'm gonna have to remember to save this one. But give it 7. No, it doesn't represent 7. 7 just has control of it. And it is controlled by 7. And I'm going to give you a view. As you send it up the stairs, this is roughly the view that you get. So, oh shit, hang on. Make sure the vision is correct. Dynamic lighting on. Yeah. If it doesn't have vision, you won't see anything, will you? Let me turn that on. Let me turn on. It has dark vision?
Yeah. 30 feet of dark vision.
30, okay. There you go.
Cool.
This is essentially picking up at like that staircase there that's leading up to the open deck that surrounds the exterior of the temple. What you're looking at as you look through there is like a sort of railing that runs around the perimeter of the exterior of the temple, creating a sort of overhang where the roof is over top of it, but is still open to the air on the sides.
Okay, I'm just gonna use it to scout around a little. Is this like a railing up here?
Once you get up to there, there's no railing. That's just the dividing line between outdoors and indoors. You can see a couple of doors on the side of the wall right here and here. And you can also peer through to see what appears to be an open air garden that is in a sort of courtyard in the middle of the temple.
Okay, I'll peek in the garden here.
You peek in and you see a lovely looking garden, which is currently devoid of anyone or anything besides a few statues, a pond, some lovely vegetation, and a single path that winds through it. You would also notice there is a room is actually directly to the south of you before, when you were right in the middle over here. There's an open doorway there, but when the eye turns to look, it sees nothing but a sort of blank grayness.
A blank grayness, like it's there's no light or something.
It's almost like a blind spot.
Okay, interesting. Well, I guess there's nothing much else to see around here.
How'd you get in there?
I don't know. I just flew my eye.
You eye flyer. Gotta turn on movement blocking. Hang on, there we go. If you come along this section, you see it looks like almost a perfect mirror of the other side. There are more closed doors.
Okay, and the doors there's no openings at all?
I suppose there's probably a crack at the bottom. It's just small enough for a 1-inch creature to pass through. Is that correct? Needs a 1-inch gap.
Yep.
Okay, you can get underneath. And if you do so, you see that this appears to be a sort of bunk-style bedroom. There's 2 bunk beds. And currently resting on 2 of the beds are what appear to be 2 more members of the cult. From what you've seen of the others, these are dressed rather shabbily, and you think that they must just be very low-ranking members.
Okay, and if I pop back out and go in the other door?
You see a similar situation. Another cult member bunking here, although this one is wearing the slightly more formalized vestments that you think belong to... well, his vestments look very similar to the one who tried to burn you while you were sitting on the ground.
Okay. Well, I'm still looking for where all these warforged are, so I guess I fly back out. And did you say there were doors on the sides of the building?
Doors on the side? No, there's a staircase there which winds down and leads to a path. You can actually, just for reference, I'll bring you over to the other map again, so you can see the staircase like here.
Oh, okay. Does that lead to like a different part of the monastery or something?
It leads to a sort of wood plank path which runs down along the side of the monastery here. But the path seems to run further south, like back in the direction where you guys are actually standing.
Okay. Well, then I guess I'll go back inside and just check out the doors on the other side.
Okay. If you do that, all the way over here, you mean? These 2 doors?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go inside, you find 2 empty bunk rooms.
Okay. Then I guess the only thing that leaves, unless I'm mistaken, is this gray area that I couldn't see into?
No. So the gray area you couldn't see into was down here. But this, yeah.
Okay, but this is an opening.
This is an opening, yes. And if you peer through, you can see that you've opened up into a sort of another courtyard here. This one much larger and open. It seems to have a kind of sandy floor, and you see several beams that have been set up at odd angles, as well as a few pits, a number of dummies that are arranged along the wall, and you think that this is a sort of training grounds. You also see that there are several warforged here. A number of them seem to be milling about in the general training area. One of them looks much larger than the others, and you see an occasional crackle of what looks like lightning arcing across its surface. You also see another warforged over here, which seems to be standing very deliberately in front of a door.
Oh, okay. You mean to the left there?
Yeah, all the way over here.
Okay. No. Is there any way I could get through that door, or is that not possible?
You can slip under with your eye, and inside you will find two people who look an awful lot like monks. They kind of sitting either with their back against the wall, or one of them is sitting on the bed looking very, very dejected and with a haunted look in their eyes.
Okay, cool. Did I miss anything? Was there if I float around again, was there a room that I missed or anything like that?
If you float around back out into the courtyard, you would see several closed doors, but they seem to be a little bit more secure than the others, and there's not a convenient gap to slip through.
Okay, I will take that to mean that I've exhausted my options for exploring.
Yeah, the only other thing I'll point out is at the opposite end of the training ground here, you see a wooden walkway that leads out, seemingly out from the monastery and further to the north. If you poke your eye around there, you see a gravel path which winds its way up a slope and round a bend and out of sight.
Awesome. Okay, so 7 has been furiously scribbling. And let's see what he came up with.
I'm also ready whenever.
Okay, so in chat, I've pasted 7's map.
It looks like you need access.
Oh, I thought anybody with the link. Let me. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna change it. Okay, should be anyone with the link now. Sorry.
Oh, you bastard! Taking screen grabs. Here, I thought I was gonna. Oh wow, he sketched it out. While
you think I'm that fast with the pen? No,
I don't know. I was about to be impressed. I was about to be like, yeah, point of inspiration. Screen grabs.
I think that still merits a point of inspiration.
I'll still give him a point of inspiration. That's pretty smart. Inspiration for 7. Creating an impromptu map.
Hey, it's a 4th level spell slot. It's got to do something.
I like how the eye is just everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that is a very big boy.
So 7 shares that map with everyone and points out the top left room is where a couple of the monks are being held. And I didn't see any other monks, but then the cultists seem to be bottom right.
Yeah. We have 5 prisoners, 13 cultists, 1 chunky boy, 1 gunny son, 6 shooty guys, and 9 infantry guys. And the cross.
There was also somewhere in the center of the map near the garden there, some kind of gray area that the eye couldn't see through. It's unclear what that was.
Seven could give me an Arcana check as he thinks about that.
Was that yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. You think that blankness was likely a form of abjuration magic, some sort of non-detection that is warding that area against exactly such attempts to divine what could be in there.
Okay, so Seven will point out that there's at least a few of them in there who are clearly prepared for reconnaissance and have taken measures.
Yeah.
Sounds to me that that's probably where Aranthur is holding up.
I'd agree.
There was a special reconnaissance unit, right? What if it itself has an aura to block out anything that is near, thus tying to you, Julius? But the two might be with each other.
What are you talking about? Blocking me out? What are you talking about?
Never mind. The cult leader and the special recon unit.
Oh.
I'm good now, Anthony.
All right, what you got for me?
Okay, I'm gonna read it out and post it in here so you can just read over it again. But he's gonna take his little position, do that little nice little glow, and he's gonna say, "Ryland the Elo here. Arendil sent us at Yilden Heart. Jidaji with you? We wish to speak soon. Aranthur attacking us. Any secret passages through temple."
So well crafted. You packed a lot in there, man.
Even gave you little cliff notes from the letters.
Respect is given.
I gotta think about my reply. But I will bear that in mind. Is there anything else that you guys want to do, or any planning, or any decision making,
So what the hell are we doing? Are
or any
we storming?
questions you want to ask?
Would any of these warforged, the inside the temple, be willing to not attack us?
The two of them will reply.
Uncertain. Some of us are more awake than others. Some still on the path. They may take orders from Aranthur. They may not.
What could we say to these warforged to have them let us pass in peace? To the ones that might not be following Aranthur's orders.
It is easy to do things in the old way, to say yes, to complete missions without thought, to kill as instructed without thought. Remind them to think, and they may try.
Sounds like a job for Safine.
It does sound like a job for Safine.
Yeah.
So we go in roses first? No, not the peaceful flower first. That.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
Are we trying to find Jidaji as fast as possible, or are we trying to free these monks, avoid the cultists? I mean, like Seven's goal is still we're here to treat with Jidaji, and if we can avoid, if we can avoid any kind of conflict before that, that would be best. But
Well, if we can talk to Jidaji,
Yeah.
we may be able to see if he has anything we can do for him as a sign of good faith, where he feels comfortable releasing the monks.
Maybe we could work together against the cultists.
Or maybe Jidaji doesn't know Aranthur's doing this under his nose, and Jidaji's gonna melt him down. There's a lot of things up in the air right now. I think we won't know what we need to do until we can speak to Jidaji. Maybe he considers these cultists warforged as one of his own, so killing them may cross him.
all right, so based on the map, we could sneak over to the two doors on the left and jam them, so the cultists are stuck in there. And we do that quietly enough, then we can create a choke point at the door in the back, see if those warforged are friendly, and if not, fight them through that choke point. Seems like a reasonable strategy or something.
It does, and Kat, I apologize in advance. I'm not saying Kat's fat or anything, but she's louder than a crowd scrounging for free coins.
Yes.
Right. So she probably needs to hang out outside while we sneak over and jam the doors there.
That is a good idea.
I can make her a little quieter if we need to.
I'd rather not take the chance. I have been, as they say in the biz, rolling really shitty.
Rolling? What do you mean rolling? What have you been rolling?
It is a term I picked up from city folk. You roll really bad when you are not doing well.
Like
So-
rolling a
If you need a better source for what you're rolling.
like rolling a joint.
I don't know what a joint in like furniture has to do with this, but
Oh no,
I
joint
assume-
isn't like
yes.
drugs.
How is that a drug?
The drugs, the smoky smoke.
Well, as he would say, puffin the magic dragon.
Yeah.
Magic.
Who says
dragons.
puffing the magic dragon?
You all speak very fast, and I do not quite understand, but I'm going to say da. So
Smoking drugs like the marijuana.
if you say it like that, I'm not going to understand it more. That does, I do not understand idioms.
Do
It is
you
very hard
partake
to-
of the herb?
I use medicinal herbs, da.
The ones that get you loopy and high.
I don't know if this is getting anywhere, Julius.
What languages do you speak?
Orcish, Gnomish,
Many men are called.
common sometimes,
You've
and
seen
my
the
own
gnome.
like. Oh
Well,
yes,
she can-
I
talk
travel
whales.
many places.
Damn, I don't speak Gnomish. I speak giant and halfling.
Right, so when am I going in and talking to these new
Before-
friends of mine?
Before you go any further, I want to tell you, Ryland, you get a response. It's strangely delayed, and there's a weird warble to the sound of the voice, as if the magic was being warped and twisted somehow, but you can still make out the message.
Strahd.
You, Ryland? Arendelle hasn't forgotten then. I hope you aren't alone. Jidaji is here, questioning me, threatening to kill prisoners. He wants Iren. Please find him.
And it cuts out.
That is what we call a bad sign.
Oh,
That would not be very, as Julius would say, very high.
Ryland, you look a little worried. What happened? Did you get your message back?
I heard back from Shantzi.
How's it going?
Things are a little bleaker than we might have imagined.
Where's Shantzi again?
I don't know where she's at, but the message didn't sound normal. It wasn't like the one I sent to my father yesterday. It was like it came in a little distorted, like it had to pass through magic or something. But Shantzi said that Jidaji's with her and questioning her, threatening to kill some of the other monks, and she wants us to find Iren. She seems desperate.
So I guess we have to answer the question because it doesn't look like it. What, say, happens if Jidaji decides not to leave the temple?
Does Seven think that it's possible those messages can be tampered with the right kind of magic?
Arcana. Arcana reveals all. It is possible that they could be intercepted and tampered with. It would require quite a powerful magic user with a good understanding of such evocation magic and how to intercept it, and also good timing to intercept it as it's being cast. But you suspect that the interference is more likely just coming from the general distortions in the tide here.
All right, then in that case, he keeps his mouth shut.
Because I'll be quite frank, it doesn't sound like he's planning on leaving or negotiating a way for the good monks here to get their temple back.
To me, it sounds like we're not going to get an audience with Jidaji unless we fight our way to him or we bring him what he wants.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's the call. Which one do we do? Do we track down what he wants and possibly let more people die? Or do we try and get to him now, where a few people can die?
Our goal was to get the warforged to stand down.
Obviously, that's not going to happen.
We have to save as many as we can.
We just need them to leave. And to do that, we can bluff.
They're not going to leave. And what happens when they call our bluff?
We tell him we have Iren, and that the only way he gets him is if he leaves the temple, lets the monks free.
And
then we'll bring him Iren.
Can we make an image of him?
What's that? Sorry, what'd you say?
Can we make an image of him? Of Iren? Like as a bluff?
We know somebody who, and Ryland knows what he looks like.
I know like a while ago. He could look a little different now.
Let's age him up.
Yeah.
You know,
Rough him up a little.
a little wrinkles.
Okay, here's the problem. What happens when he does call the bluff?
I mean, if I can reach out to Shantzi and make contact, I can probably reach out to Iren and make contact as well.
Do you think he's going to give up whatever it is Jidaji wants?
It doesn't
Honestly,
matter.
Ryland.
It doesn't matter. We're not going to give Iren to J guy. I have difficulty saying that name as Seven. I don't know why.
So again, I ask, what is the plan to do with him?
The plan is to get them to stand down, leave the temple, hand over the monks. We promise Iren in return, and we give him jack shit.
And then what happens when they come back and retake the temple?
We're just going to have to use our brains and figure out a way to make that not happen.
We've got two options. Option A, we give him what he wants, and pray that he leaves if we give him what he wants. Or option B, if he doesn't do it the nice way, we either force him to leave by using deadly force if necessary.
We're all familiar with your bloodlust. There's no fighting.
I have no bloodlust. I deal in reality.
I am sorry. You have more bloodlust than me, and I am reputed for killing many warforged.
I
And
have
let
no
me just
bloodlust
say,
for these warforged. I
of
deal
course
in
you
reality.
do. You've been talking about nothing but killing Jidaji as soon as you heard of him.
I have not been talking about killing him. I've been talking about realistically finding a way to do this, and what happens when it doesn't work.
Besides
Everyone just needs to simmer down on a second. Listen, Iren is a part of this sanctuary. He will probably be willing to work with us if we can come up with a plan that frees the other monks and ensures his safety. What we need to do now,
if I was
reach out to him and then meet up with him, and we can formulate a plan together that works for Iren, it works for us, and gets Jidaji the hell out of here.
one of those options being
that does not have leverage.
So how many monks are we willing to let die for this plan to happen?
Hold on.
He's
Safine?
going to kill them because they won't tell him.
Safine, you had something to say?
It's gonna be great. One day I'm gonna cast command on all of you guys to be like, shut up, sit down. But no. Well, if he goes along with the plan, and I'm the one to escort him in, I can easily bounce him away another 500 feet.
I don't think Jidaji wants Iren. He wants the Thunderbolt. He thinks Iren has it. I don't think he cares about the monk.
So we get the Thunderbolt, or we pretend to have the Thunderbolt, is what you were saying.
Exactly.
But no matter what we do, we need to link up with Iren first. We don't know what the Thunderbolt looks like now.
We can get information from him.
Question. Just a question, just so we know. Your friend, whoever it was, Ryland, said that he's threatening to kill more prisoners if they don't answer the questions. Right?
She said that he is threatening to kill prisoners.
That means monks at the temple.
Admittedly, yes. That is what that
Do you think that your friend will willingly give up the Thunderbolt?
It's not about giving up the Thunderbolt.
Do you think she will give him the information he wants, yes or no?
One, please don't disrespect Iren. He is a man.
I'm not disrespecting anyone. I'm asking.
He has pronouns.
I'm talking. Whoever it was you're talking to, whoever it was you just sent a message to, they, whoever they are, will they tell Jidaji what he wants? Yes or no?
We don't have to tell. No, she needs us to find Iren. Iren is the bargaining tool here. What we how this thing starts is we get these two here to go to Jidaji and relay a message, an official message given to them for him. We retreat out of this place. We find Iren. I can reach out to him. And then from there, we formulate our plan on how to get everyone out of this situation successfully. And we come up with a contingency plan for when that goes wrong.
What assurances are you given that he won't just kill them?
Well, if he kills the monks, he's not getting the Thunderbolt. That's part of the message we give him now. we tell these two.
Can you message him directly?
Jidaji, no, I'm not familiar with him.
Aaron,
Why don't you
Iren,
message?
yes,
Can
I can.
you- can
I
you-
can't message Iren.
Oh no, I was talking to Jidaji.
Okay,
You
so
answered
yeah,
my question.
we pass on our message to these two fine warforged here, stating that a group has the Thunderbolt, and we give them a meeting time back here at a certain point, and we tell him if any monks are harmed at this point on, he will never get the Thunderbolt. He wants that more than he wants to kill people.
Question then. Just so we're clear. The plan is, whether or not we actually do, get, he says in air quotes, the Thunderbolt. We let these giant fine warforges here tell Jidaji we have the warforged and set up a meeting time right here. And we meet with him to parlay our terms for the Thunderbolt, right?
Well,
That's the plan
we're
right
not
now.
gonna meet here. We're gonna meet somewhere on a neutral field.
Alright, we meet somewhere on a neutral field. And that's where we parlay our terms of what we want in exchange for the bolt, right?
That is correct.
Here's my question. What stops him from bringing his army to just take it?
He won't know.
One, he doesn't know our numbers.
Mhm.
Two, in any situation, you have a dragon that can fly away. We have whatever Safine is. Take it and run. There are multiple routes to get that thing out into safety and away from his army.
And in retaliation,
the
he
point
takes out
is
the monks
we
here.
have the leverage in this situation. He doesn't have the Thunderbolt. He doesn't have Aaron. All he has is the monks. And even if this
So,
person decides to give up whatever information they have, they clearly don't have Aaron. They clearly don't have
so
anything
I
else
want.
to barter with other than the lives of the monks. So
Oh.
the question is he going to meet with us? That is the only question that we have. Because
So,
if we go and meet with Aaron, it doesn't matter, drawing him away from the fortress, and we are parlaying with him.
And whether we
Correct.
get the Thunderbolt or not, we don't have to bring it with us. We can hide the location so we can use that as leverage as well.
Exactly.
so then the
You
question.
have the leverage in this situation.
Okay, and his leverage is the monks. Are we saying?
Okay.
Hold on. Are we? So we're saying. I just want to make. I want to make sure we agree. I want to make sure all of us, that includes Mr. Ryland,
Hold on.
I want to make sure everyone is on the same page. We are okay if he tries to attack us, running away with a thunderbolt, and letting him just kill the monks here. We're okay with it. That's what I just want to make sure of.
Julius, let's take this one step at a time. Ryland, sorry. Look, do you think you can get in touch with Iren?
I can reach out to. I mean, there's no guarantee that he's gonna respond to me, but I know I can reach out to him and get my words to him, and I think I can appeal to his sense.
Let's try that first. See if we get a response, and then we'll decide what to do after. The first step is just see if we can even reach him.
Should we set up a place for him to meet us, or should we go to him?
It might be safer for us to go to him.
He's probably holed up if he's being hunted, right? So
yes.
So we need to ask him where we can meet him.
If you can message him, I suggest we do it now, so we know where we're going before we leave.
God, I got 25 minutes. Okay.
25 words. You can do it. Just, spit them out as they come to you.
I'm going to end up starting off every single sending message I have with Ryland the Elo here.
Do we want to take a short rest while we send this message?
Yes.
Where are you guys going to short rest? Just out of curiosity.
I have a spell.
Okay.
The tiny hut.
No, it's not tiny hut.
Oh, no way!
Oh, is it rope trick?
It's basically rope trick. Yes.
That's fun.
Wait. No, we can't
Yes.
send the message in the rope trick.
Well, then we just have Ryland drop out. No big deal.
He can stick his head out to do the thing.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4,
And then the
5.
giant crossbow guy comes out of the boiling and shoots his head.
All right. So 8 of you can crawl up in the thing. And
What it looks like is seven takes out Bastion, the sword that he usually flies on, and he just like swings it through the air and creates this like slice through space, and then he like pries the sword to like widen it, and then throws a rope up in it.
What?
Somehow he does that really quick.
What is this?
Somehow he does that in one action.
It's a well practiced maneuver. How high up do you make the rift?
Oh boy! Given the climbing skills of this group, it's probably only 10 feet.
Climbing check 60 feet up.
We could disguise it by having it like in one of these little shacks, like up in the roof.
Yeah.
Okay, get out from any obvious position. Okay. So the 6 of you can easily climb in there. Naz would make 7. Who else is going in? Airy? Zombies?
I guess we probably can't fit all the summoned creatures, so...
Yeah, no, zombies can just lay prone in a broken down hut.
You just lay down in a hut. Okay.
They don't breathe or anything like that, so...
True.
If Airy is medium, he can come up as well.
Airy is medium. She can come up.
All right. She goes on up into the rift along with the lot of you. Let's just say right on over here. And your 2 warforged twins here will say,
We will wait behind cover while you formulate a sufficient strategy to minimize the destruction of Warforged.
and they head over here and just hunker down.
Okay, almost done refining it now.
Good.
It's no problem. You have an hour.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, what does the inside of a rope trick look like? Is it just like an empty black space?
It's just swords. It's all swords.
Yeah, it looks like my video background.
Cozy.
It looks like a desert full with swords. Although, as soon as you reach your hand out, you realize there's some kind of invisible wall there.
This is a lot of swords.
There's also the floor is a window so you can see out.
I have to ask, 7, you and your swords, you seem to have a very unique relationship.
Yes.
May I ask, for lack of a better term, what's up with that?
Hold on one second. Anthony, are we doing this essay style or literally do like 2s and ands count just for all future references?
Use an ant count.
If they are words, they count.
You can get away with contractions though.
Can I get away with southern infractions?
Yeah.
Oh,
If you make something one word.
I'm face palming right now.
Yins.
What sort of? Never mind. I don't really want to know. If it was in standard English and it was 25 words, that would be fine.
Standard English bullshit.
Swords.
They're not sentient. I can't talk to them, but I bond with them.
You bond with them. Interesting. Like from a magical means?
All of these items, they're old. Very old. They've been exposed to the tides for centuries.
Oh.
Through use, through being wielded, through their exposure to the magic. They've gained the ability to control magic themselves if I channel through them.
Interesting. And they're very old, you say?
The oldest I've found.
And with some trepidation, you see Kat taking out her sword. Now, you can only touch and look, but if you want to look.
Seven nods, and he crosses his legs and holds his hands out.
She very reluctantly lets go and rests and lets the Melnikov blade fall into his hands.
Okay.
Seven will attempt to ritually read the item, see what he can get from it, see if he gets any kind of sense from it or intent or anything like that.
Okay, I'm good.
Oh man.
So, Ryland's gonna scurry on down the rope.
Crossbow bolts.
And he's gonna do his sending pose, all like meditation style. And he is going to reach out to Iren and say, Ryland Alo here. Arendelle sent us. Spoke to Shantzi. Have plan. Rescue monks and protect Thunderbolt. Monks need you. We come to you. Please respond.
No, you don't have to say your name, right?
That is true. They do automatically know.
They automatically know who you
It's
are.
called courtesy. Duh.
Arendelle
But
sent
not
us
efficient. That's
to-
3 extra words.
I have plan. Rescue monks and protect Thunderbolt. Monks need you. We come to you. Please respond. Wow.
Where are you?
No, we come to you.
But okay, that makes him assume we know where he is.
Okay, if you had some random person like, we're gonna come to you, obviously you're gonna be like, okay, they don't know where I'm at. I'm gonna tell them.
Does he not? Does he know we don't know where he is?
Well, we're about to find out when he responds.
Assumingly, we would just go to him if we knew where he was.
Ooh, the tension, man.
Yeah, you guys just hit me with two things at once. 7 casting read metal on Melnikov blade, and Ryland respond. I was like, really? After like 10 minutes, you guys hit me with stuff simultaneously?
I'm sorry, our role play isn't convenient for you, Anthony. Maybe we should just stop, huh? We'll just fight everything and never talk.
No, you should always fight, never talk. That's
the one thing that doesn't make sense to me. If he wants to work with us and get what he wants, why would he be torturing them?
Look, Julius, we've been having a conversation over here.
That's why we are creating letters.
Exactly. We haven't tried to talk to him yet.
But why? The whole point of it, though, is if he talks... If the whole point was him to talk to get what he wants, why did he even start torturing them and threatening to kill them?
He wants to find Iren. That's why he's torturing them, because he thinks they know where he's hiding.
Then what's to stop him from using them against us?
And nobody
because
said
we have a Thunderbolt. He wants the Thunderbolt more than he wants anything else.
He is cold and calculated and doesn't have a heart. So if he thinks for a second that we care, he'll say, "Okay, give me the Thunderbolt, or I start killing."
Hey, wait! You are assuming a lot of things in very quick.
He's a warforged. He doesn't have a heart.
I can tell you one thing, that I've killed many warforged, and I've encountered many of them, including the awakened ones. They are much different than I think you would like to think.
They are created as automatons and machines.
Automatons for war. Say that you are an automaton for chaos.
And they still murder less people than you.
I have not murdered anyone, thank you.
I've done a lot of investigations, and one thing I've learned is you shouldn't assume anything until you get to the bottom of it. It could be that Jidaji has his non-heart in the right place. It could be that he's doing what he's doing to save people. We don't know. We need to find out before we act.
We're making assumptions about things. We have no idea what's going to happen.
What we do know is the Thunderbolt will bring Jidaji to the table.
What we don't know is how he comes to the table.
That you would come and sit in a chair. That's how tables work.
If you were a general, and you had the option, to take what your enemies wanted in the guise of peace, would you not take it?
It would depend. Do I have anything to gain by ruthless and mindless violence?
Don't have anything to lose. If you think you can overpower them.
I think. And I think one thing that I've realized from the way that the Warforged talk about him is that they are on the path of enlightenment.
Just imagine right now.
Right.
If
enlightenment.
If you were Jidaji and the Thunderbolt was Eri, you're going to want Eri back more than anything. And the threat that Eri might die if you do something wrong is going to prevent you from doing something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And we're assuming in this scenario that you cannot just summon this thing back like you have before.
Are we also assuming this in this scenario that I am cold and I have no heart?
Yeah.
Well, it's no
is that
different
the
from what
change from what it is now? Oh, hey! High five!
Go to hell. Julius walks out of the rope trick.
Oh, goodness.
Though in those circumstances, before I leave, I would just hold one of them in front of you and say, if you don't give me what I want, they die. And I'll kill one every hour you don't until there's none left. And then I'll move on to the next one. And the next one. And the next one.
We like to call that a lose-lose-lose. And what we're going for here is a win-win-win.
Nobody wins.
Jidaji wins. And the
Hold up, how does Jidaji win? We're fucking him over.
Because you're here and he doesn't die.
We're fucking his ass over. He's not getting the Thunderbolt. So how the fuck does he win?
Because you're not going to kill him.
That's a win. He gets his life. He's not going to take that as a win. These things are fighters, and if they think he has a chance of getting what he wants by force, he's going to take it.
Julius, you've stated your opinion clearly, and it's possible you're right. But we won't know until we try.
All I'm saying is we have to make a decision right now where if he goes that route, we have to choose which is important.
We can't.
It doesn't have to be right now because this plan doesn't even work if Iren doesn't respond to me. We're not to that point yet. We have not to the point of building our contingency. That is going to be with Iren because Iren is going to be a vital role in this operation. I'm not going to gamble another man's life on his behalf.
I'm surprised that you all consider death finite after spending a few days around me.
But we're going to gamble their lives on this.
Oh, you care about that?
We're not going to gamble their lives.
They just told you they're going to start killing them if this person doesn't give Jidaji the information he wants.
Okay, hold on a second. You jumped to a conclusion very quickly. Because he was questioning them and threatening to kill them.
Okay,
you don't have any other information about this. You are making very rash assumptions, and may I just say, if you are walking out this rope trick, you better do it now.
Ryland, you get a response back in the midst of all of this. You have to focus a little bit to hear over the discussion, but it comes through once again with a strange distortion to it, but you still recognize the calm and dispassionate tones that you know to belong to Iren's voice.
Captive. Windhold keep. Warforged took Thunderbolt. Still here, I think. Many warforged, heavily defended. Cave to west, never seen before. Secret entrance. Approach from west.
Ooh.
Well, shit.
I'm going to climb back up on the rope and be like, so I got good news and I got bad news.
Let's go ahead and hear the bad first. I'd rather get that over with. It can't get much worse.
Well, the good news is Iren responded. Sounds like he's doing all right. The bad news,
and the pot.
He is a prisoner in Windhold currently. The warforged at Windhold are in current possession of the Thunderbolt. He said it is heavily defended. But he said there is a cave to the west side of Windhold that might serve as a secret entrance for us to come in on.
So what are we bringing to the table again?
Iren and Thunder. If Iren's still alive, we're good. Iren is the pivotal part of this plan. We cannot do anything without Iren, because guess what? If you go in there, arrows flying, one warforged is going to go run to the room where Jidaji's at and be like, hey, Jidaji, people are trying to come in and save the prisoners. And he's go, oh, well, I don't want them to save the prisoners. And he's going to go murder them. We have to have leverage.
So, again, I'm asking. We're now going into a fort strapped to the brim with how many ever warforged aren't here, that are there. We're going to try and sneak in, find your friend, get him out, find the Thunderbolt that's heavily guarded, get it out, and steal it under Jidaji's nose, all to try and get him to the table.
It's a good plan. Let's do it.
Sounds like an absolute idiotic plan. when
that
we're
sounds like a good
already
idea.
here.
Listen, if you're scared, you can just go back to your boat.
I understand, Julius, that you want to make sure that the hostages are safe.
No, doesn't fucking matter. The person we're here doesn't care about them. Why the fuck should I give a shit? I drink a sip of rum. Let's go! Fuck the hostages there. Let them all die to Jidaji. They're not going to tell them anything anyway. Let's go into the heart of enemy territory and steal the Thunderbolt right from under their noses when we could just kill the fucker who's here right now and get the shit over with.
If only killing Jidaji was the mission.
Be a lot easier.
But it's not.
How do we get them to move if they're not going to move peacefully? I'll give you a hint. You cut off the head.
We have to all be able to talk about this peacefully, as a team.
They've already shown they don't want peace.
And you know what the best thing is? We have this thing called a team consensus.
Yeah.
And it sounds like we don't have consensus.
We'd all be able to
And it
talk.
sounds like one last sticking point. Doesn't agree with the plan.
Or about us not wanting to call it an international incident, even if we wanted one side to be dead.
I'd also point out that if Jidaji falls, the rest of the warforged will take orders from someone. And for all we know, that might be the cultists. In which case, our situation hasn't improved. Now we've got warforged that will be hostile to us, no matter what.
Oh, look. The cultist who gives them orders is right here, too. It's a wham, bam, get it done, get it over with.
I'll be completely honest, Ryland. It sounds like you are pretty dead set on doing this. Go! Do it!
Did you mean Julius?
Did I not say that? What did I say?
You said Ryland.
Oh,
Comments
I'm
a
sorry.
little
Julio,
you know.
go! Do it! Have fun!
I'm gonna stick my head out the portal. I'm gonna just talk down to B3GI01011 and 012 and be like, excuse me, gentlemen, if you were to learn of a situation in which Jidaji could benefit from, you would be compelled to deliver that message for his benefit, correct?
If this message aids Jidaji in the new way, then yes.
Especially if it were concerning what he's searching for, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll be right back. Dimension close back again. They're willing.
Well,
They're
look,
willing message.
Well, look, it seems like many of us are in favor of this plan to try to get some leverage over Jidaji. Julius has been arguing passionately that we should just murder everyone and move on. I think we need to take a vote, decide a course of action here, and stop debating it.
Yep, I'm fine doing a vote.
I'm voting my plan.
There's no reason to do a vote. We already know who's on the winning side. So, I'm just going to shut the fuck up, not say another word, take the orders like a good little soldier, and let's move the fuck on.
Okay.
We come from different places, Julius. We have different goals here.
We do have
to work
different
together.
goals. We need to work right.
Work with us.
Work with you. The fuck have I been doing the whole damn time? We all made a plan together to take out the big fucker that's been chasing us, and we did it. We all made a plan to get here and through the Ghostlight Temple, and we did it. We have done nothing, all of us since day one, but work together. Day one. No questions, ifs, ands, or buts.
So Ryan, I gotta ask outside of character. Like we're having this debate. We're trying to have this debate like in character. Is Julius dead set against this, or are you dead set against this?
Oh no, Julius doesn't see a point of going into enemy territory that is already extremely highly guarded in the complete opposite direction that what we were going in, to try and get an item to bring him to the table that he already has. He has all the leverage over us. So in Julius's mind, the easiest way to deal with the situation is to take him off the table. If he's not at the table, he can't
get
do.
that. That's what you've been saying, and we understand. But it sounds like we've been trying to persuade Julius that like there are other considerations than just the most direct route to eliminating the target here.
And
so like how do we get past this? Like you seem like it seems like he just isn't willing to give up the argument.
But Julius has also been trying to argue his point, and none of you are able to.
No. I fully agree that yours is the fastest, most direct, most efficient route, but that's not what the mission was and what Safine was hired to do.
Yeah, and I think everybody like understands your point and appreciates it. And we are listening. Like, we're not trying to shut you out, man. Like,
I think the fact that we have the place painted out with the arcane eye, and we know it's going in, and we have that. And you're right, there's direct things there. But like, we were told not to make this a bloodbath in here to prevent an international incident. And being that this is our first job as this group, I want to make sure that like, even if it's the shitty way out, it's the way out that was correct for the mission.
Yeah, and I'd also point out that like our characters also have other goals that maybe we haven't really talked about each other with. Like I know Seven is much more interested in the ghost light and the situation with the tides than he is about just resolving the situation with Jidaji. So he's got his own motivations for wanting to get a hand on this thunderbolt and see if it can't do something to restore the ghost light. So I feel like there's probably multiple competing reasons for some of us to be passionately arguing this. So I hope you can kind of understand that while Julius may be frustrated, there's probably good reasons we're wanting to not take that direct route.
No, he's fine with it. Like, he's not fine with it. He understands that you all are going to make the choice that you are. He's frustrated that, once again, like you said, he's been arguing his point passionately and not changing his mind. The same thing is on the other hand as well. He's been arguing his point, and no one else is changing their mind. So it's a complete conflict of interest between both sets of ideals.
Okay.
And no one's willing to...
Then what are we going to do about this?
I have no idea. Julius is very set with...
If it seems like the rest of the party is determined to go pursue this plan where we try to free what's his name, I'm so good. So Iren, yeah. If we try to free him and the thunderbolt, if it seems like that's the way we're going, will Julius go along, or is he going to be like, no, and screw this, I'm done with it?
No, Julius isn't going to just say, no, screw this, I'm done with it. He's going to stay because, like he's already told everyone since day one that they were all brought together, he has been a team player. He is telling the team this is the most efficient way to take care of it, but the team doesn't want to do it. So while he is angry and upset, he understands that he is in a losing battle. So therefore, just like he said, in a much more uncensored way, because that's how he is, he's going to go along with what the plan is and do that.
Okay, so that's cool.
He's not happy about it at all.
So,
but if that is what the group's consensus is, then he's going to go along with it.
I appreciate you explaining, because I wasn't sure if Julius was trying to break ties with the party. I didn't want that to happen. So
no, he's not breaking ties with the party. He's very pissed off and very annoyed, but he's not doing anything on his own. He's in enemy territory. He's not stupid. He's going to stay with the group. End of discussion.
Then that's the end.
So here's what I'm going to do. I want to circle back to that in 1 second. But I do want to put a little end cap on this session before we break, since we are a few minutes after 11. So I will do that, and then we will circle back around to that discussion real quick. But I just want to put this out there before we end for the week. So Ryland receives his message. Obviously leads to much conversation. But there's also something else that happens.
Oh shit, yeah, I almost forgot about that.
7, while you're waiting on Ryland to give you a response, you have your hands on this blade. And you are trying to read the metal. And when you do this under normal circumstances, I imagine that you go through a process where you're in contact with the metal. You are trying to communicate with the metal, commune with the metal in a way, reach harmony with it, maybe find a certain resonance, if that makes sense, within the metal. And sometimes it can be tricky. Some pieces of metal are more stubborn than others. It depends on their composition. It depends on their age and their use. Each piece of metal has its own personality in a way. But as soon as you touch this one, you are hit with a wave of personality. It takes almost no effort whatsoever for you to find a resonance. And you're somewhat startled as you hear a voice in your head.
Ah, Dovai. You must be very close to my daughter, or have killed her to hold her blade.
The fuck?
And that
Awesome.
The
is
fuck?
where we will end things.
Holy shit!
The fuck?
Beautiful.
I love how he just said Davai.
Yeah, right.
Oh
The
god.
fuck?
Sounds
Wow,
cool.
that's brilliant. I have to think about how someone's going to react to that, but you guys are going to have to wait 2 weeks to find out how someone reacts to that, because
Yeah.
Sure.
maybe that moment puts him in some kind of coma for the next week.
Gotta meditate on it.
Yeah, but that is, yeah. We'll let you ponder that for 2 weeks. But I do want to hit this, especially because you won't be here next week. So I just, first of all, I want to let me just end all of this now. Stop this and close this out, and bring up my camera for a second, because hopefully I can do so without my system freezing up.
Yeah, you got about an hour and a half time on camera before it freezes up.
OBS at the same time.
True, right.
So I just want to acknowledge what happened at the end there. First of all, I want to say thank you, Nick, for shifting the conversation there. That is at that point, I think it was the correct thing to take it out of the game, take it out of roleplay, and have that conversation in person. And I appreciate all of you guys handling that conversation in a very reasonable and respectful way. You know, that's I know you guys were in the roleplay and the emotion of the characters is strong, but I really appreciate that you're able to step outside of that and then just talk with each other as players. So that was good. And I probably personally should have stepped up and encouraged you guys to take that direction as well. But I do appreciate, Nick, that you went there with that. So I think what we have here is a conflict between the characters. And obviously, we have one character that wants to do one thing, and the rest of the characters that want to do another. And I recognize, Ryan, that you are playing your character a specific way for specific reasons that you have. And that ultimately you're saying he's going to go along with the group because he's been a team player, and he has. But I think at a certain point, it's clear that it comes to loggerheads. Right, in the role play, there's nowhere to go at a certain point. Ryland is sorry. Now you got me doing it. Who called him Ryland instead of Julius?
Max.
Yeah, Julius.
Pick one person to throw it all off.
Julius is very set on an opinion, and it's not an illogical opinion, but it's a very specific one. And the other group members are set on a different opinion for a course of action. And even if Ryland, oh my god, even if Julius is, even if the ultimate result is going to be that Julius is going to go along, at a certain point, the role play becomes it doesn't really go anywhere. Everyone has expressed their opinions, and it's clear that it's a subject of discontent between the the characters. But the discontent can't be resolved in that moment. And perhaps there will be an opportunity for it to be resolved later. But we'll never get to the later if we can't get past the immediate moment. So what I'd like to try and do is, if all the players, all the human beings around the table are agreed that this is ultimately what's going to happen, even if the characters are at odds with each other, I'd like to, once we understand where the characters stand, where they're coming from, and what they're pushing for, but once the conclusion about what the group of human beings playing the game are ultimately going to do together, maybe we can find a way to sort of fade those moments to black, so to speak. We understand that there's an argument that's happening here, and that it is it's obviously a point of contention that the party is not going to resolve at the moment. But we can take that and kind of say, all right, and they continue to debate, and we can sort of take that out of scene, where we're like playing it out live, and put it into a story where we just say that's what happened. And then we can acknowledge that, that the characters are at odds, that they're having these debates, but we don't necessarily have to go at it for 20 minutes of role play back and forth, or however long it goes on for. And I've talked about this with another group, and I think I want to put it on the table with you guys. I've been, doing some research and trying to learn more about, better ways to run games, more useful tools to use during games. And there's one that I throw out on the table. I know this isn't a physical table that we're actually sitting around, but I wonder if we can do something similar. So one of these tools is called stop, fast forward, rewind. It's basically 3 buttons. If we were playing around the table, you'd just write it out on cards, right? And you'd put it down on the table, and people can reach out and hit them. And the basic idea is that they function just like they would on, an old fucking VCR. At any point, anyone who needs to, for any reason, can hit the stop button, and the game just stops. And it can be as simple as, I need a pee break and I don't want to miss this, because I know I have a tendency to get like sucked up in the game and then I don't think about the fact that we're sitting here for 4 hours. Or it can be like, the subject matter is making me really uncomfortable and I just want to point out that this is a problem for me. I think that would have been very helpful back during Curse of Strahd when Nick and I were talking about eating corpses. And that was clearly something that he didn't want to do. So it's just a stop to put a pause on things, put a pause on the role play, put a pause on the game, and give us a chance as human beings to just talk with each other about what's going on. And the other button, fast forward, essentially is an opportunity for us to say, okay, whatever's going on here, can we maybe speed it up? Can we fade it to black? And again, it can be because, maybe it's a situation where roleplay isn't going anywhere. Maybe it's a situation where something is just taking too long. We're looking up a rule and angsting over details for 15 minutes, and it's getting really frustrating. Or maybe it's, again, something that is making you uncomfortable in the game. And it's like, you know what, I'm okay with the idea that like this is happening. I just don't want to sit here while we're role-playing it out. It could even just be, I don't want to role-play talking to this shopkeeper. I just want to get my fucking goods and go. So fast forward is for that. Rewind is an opportunity to undo something that just happened at the table, and to basically make it so that it's as if it never occurred. And that one is, obviously that one needs to be used with a certain degree of respect, because it's obviously not for things like undoing an attack roll that didn't go well or something like that. It's for things where maybe you had a misunderstanding. Like, you thought one character said or did something and then another character did it, and you responded in a certain way because you thought Safine just killed Jidaji instead of some random warforged that turned traitor on him. And you acted based on that assumption, and you later realized, oh shit, I got that all wrong. I would have done things completely differently. You can rewind for that, and we can undo that moment. It can also be used if you say something or do something in roleplay that you realize for any reason you wish you could take back. It's not something that you would have wanted your character to do at that moment or to exemplify at that moment. And you want to say, look, sorry, that bit never happened. I spoke before I thought, or just I realize how that comes across. I don't want that. I take that back. And again, it's excised from the game, and it's we kind of revert to that point, and if we need to do a little retconning around that, we can. And the idea of these tools is to give us as a group collectively, but you guys specifically as players, a little bit more agency and control as players, not just inside of the role play as your characters, but as the human beings playing the game here. So if we hit a moment where you guys are at a loggerheads and you're not really sure what to do next, it's okay to say stop so that we pause the role play and then we can work it out as players the way that you guys just did. Because what you guys just did was like awesome. That's great. That's how conflict should be resolved at every table. I understand it's not 100% resolved. I understand that there's still like a question mark there. But it is much more productive to approach those moments that way rather than in character. So if there's a moment like that, it's fine to hit the stop button. If there's something else that's going on that for any reason you want to jump past a little bit, it's fine to hit fast forward. If you want to take back something or undo something that is unsatisfactory to you about the role play in like a major way, then you can rewind and make that have reversed course and never happened. So I want to try these out for this group specifically. I've started to implement them with a couple of my other groups as well, but I haven't actually seen anyone use these tools yet, so I don't know how well they work in practice. But they are hopefully helpful and empowering, especially for situations like this. And I realize my camera is incredibly blurry, so turning my camera on was kind of useless. But I want to put that on the table. And I think since we don't have a physical tabletop in front of us, maybe I'll say that we can do this a couple of different ways. I'll give you guys a couple different ways to do this, depending on whatever is most comfortable or convenient. If you want to just type it into the Discord chat, like into the Tales of Yon, and just hit, say stop or fast forward or rewind, I will try to keep an eye on that. I do sometimes get a little distracted and don't keep up with everything that's being posted in there. So another alternative, I'm literally going to give you guys 3 tokens that if you need to, you can drag and drop right onto the screen. So you can physically stick it in my face, and I'll be able to see that somebody has chosen one of those. And then lastly, if any of you wants to make use of those but not make it so public, you can just privately message me, and I will try to keep a close eye on the DMs again. Sometimes I'm a tiny bit behind from when you guys send them and when I actually get around to checking them. But I can see that you've sent me something in private, and then I'll kind of put a pause on things and pull you aside to see what the issue is. So I want to try that going forward. And I've heard of some other potential tools, other things that could be implemented that are like along similar lines, but with slightly different intentions. Maybe one of those would be more useful, or maybe it would be a useful addition. But for now, I just want to start with that. So just so you know, next week when we go forward, that's going to be in place. Does anyone have any questions about that or any thoughts that they want to share?
No, I feel like for the most part we've already been doing that. We just haven't had a name for it, other than maybe fast forward. Yeah, you guys have very naturally been doing a lot of this stuff on your own. This is just a way to codify it a little bit, make it a little more concrete, and define it a little better so it's easier and clearer to utilize. And I think when the tools available to you are clear, it's easier to use them, or even sometimes to choose not to use them. If you know they're there, then you know that if you need to call on them, you can. But it may be, my hope is that will ease some of the issues we sometimes encounter in roleplay, where we get involved, we get very into our characters. I get very into my characters. I get very into the scenes, and even I get sucked up in it, and then I kind of lose track sometimes of my players are trying to tell me something, and I'm so involved in the game that I'm not hearing it.
And I feel like that can happen to everyone when you get really invested in it. So this is an opportunity to have a little more control over what's going on as players as opposed to as characters.
I think it'll help us remember a lot better in the moment. That's an option.
I like it. I think it's good. I mean, the other option is you could all just nominate me to be the absolute dictator, and then whatever I fucking say goes. I will make these sessions efficient, smooth. I will listen to none of you, but we'll get somewhere.
Gotta get a Skechers referee jersey. Start throwing the flags.
Skechers referee.
On a different note, Anthony, related to the game. Without gaining any information on what's ahead of us, since Nick is not gonna be here next week, in general, is it recommended that we go to Windhold? Down a party member?
I mean, do you really need 7 in combat? I mean, what does he do, actually? What do you mean, what does he do?
Area control, tank.
Oh my God.
What doesn't he do?
I know there's variables, how the rolls go, and, how we enter and all that stuff, but just, in a very general aspect.
I'll tell you this. You can go to Windhold if you want. I'll tell you that Windhold. Again, I don't want to reveal too much, but I'll just say, it's complex. So it can be approached in more than one way. And I have designed it in such a way that there are many parts to it. So you guys may have a certain amount of control over how much you engage at Windhold. Which, if you're coming at it with 5 or you're coming at it with 6, you may engage more or less. And there are other things to do around the Tempest Pass that have nothing to do with Windhold. If you guys decided that you wanted to save that for when Nick is present, then we can talk about that a little bit more next week, and the NPCs may be able to steer you a little in alternative directions. So you don't have to do Windhold. It's not as if that's the only thing there for you to tick off. But you could, if you so desire.
So, I'll also offer that I'm going to be on a flight during the game time, and I will get internet on the flight. So, there's a chance if the internet's good enough that I can play. I might not be able to do the video or voice chat. I might just be in text or something. But if it's possible, I'll be able to log in for it. I just don't want to make any promises because you know how that goes. If there's no good internet, then nothing I can do.
Right.
Yeah.
And plus, there is the secondary site if we circle around the mountain anyway. So there's stuff to do.
I would say that just from a meta perspective, you could easily make your way to Windhold and still not be missing Nick by the time you get there.
Okay. That's all. I just wanted to make sure. I don't want to get my cheeks clapped.
Honestly, the cursed die in this game, man. The last couple sessions, we've been getting fucking rocked.
You guys, nobody's died. I don't know what you're worried about. You have Define with you. So what even?
6 times.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I'm making a lot of rolls.
How many crits have I made this game? 0.
Well, you're not making very many rolls, so there you have it.
Half the battles I'm doing 2 attacks around.
That's a very simple explanation there, Anthony.
I
mean, you should just fucking roll more, idiot.
I tell you, there's like if there's like 12 enemies on the battlefield and they're all rolling, a lot of 20s are going to come up.
I don't know. I've actually found the crit cards to be somewhat weaker than typical crits. Usually, I mean, they do have some downsides, but getting crit 4 times is usually like all your health pool. Whereas now getting crit 4 times means you've got like a few debuffs, which you can kind of play around. Yeah. I feel like the crit cards are a little more forgiving, but I don't know. Maybe
there's higher variability. Some of them can be very devastating. I mentioned there was a TPK in my earlier Tuesday game. It happened because of a crit card.
Oh, no.
There was a crit card that basically made it so that this one of the characters got hamstringed and he just couldn't move. He kept falling every time he tried to move, and he just couldn't get to his allies fast enough, and because of that, the party just got wiped out. So it's very... What it is it makes the crits, and it makes what happens after the crits highly situational. So it can be, under the wrong circumstances, devastating. But if it's not under those very specific circumstances, it can lead to a much milder or completely have no effect at all, depending.
It could have been a -6 AC on your 24 AC monster for 6 rounds, and all of us just going haha.
Yeah. I mean, if you feel like the crits aren't doing enough, we could always do the double damage and the card on top of that.
Is it the Game Master's Toolbox, by the way? Is that what you have
for the crit cards?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I can take a quick look.
I'm not saying that for any reason.
I'm just saying we could do the normal effects of the crit, the double damage, and throw awful effects on top of them.
I'll just take the conditions.
Or we could just do it for when the monsters hit the players. That happens.
Yeah.
If you want to amp it up a bit.
I play games on normal difficulty.
Let me see.
Nick is a masochist who likes playing on legendary for everything.
I mean, honestly, I think you could double the enemies in all these fights, and it would please me greatly.
Yeah.
If that were the case, Ryland would be taking bow lessons. Actually, Ryland knows how to use a bow. He would start using a bow.
I have to exit the game and see what the module is that's got it. Let's see.
So I'm seeing critical hit deck for players, for GMs, and then critical fail deck.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, that is them. I'm using all 3. I'm using different decks depending on who's critting.
Then let me buy now. Penumbra is going to get real fun real quick.
So the wording on the crit cards is a little weird, just so you know, if you do go to use them. Honestly, I should probably do it the way it's intended, because it's probably more fun for you guys. But the critical hit deck for players is obviously intended for a player to draw the card and read it, and it's written from that perspective. The critical hit deck for GMs is still intended for a player to draw the card, but it's when they get hit by a crit. So really what I should be doing is having you guys draw the cards and then read them yourselves.
That actually would be really fun.
And then the critical fail deck is obviously pertinent to whatever creature failed.
Yeah, so that's pretty good. It was only $5 a pop. That's not too bad. How many do you get? 54, 52. No, 200. Oh, fuck. Cool.
Well, it's 54 cards, but each of them has 4 effects on them, depending on the attack type or the damage type or whatever.
It's not bad though. So let me just.
Well, I gotta run because I gotta make a phone call. But thanks for the game, everyone, and I hope I'll see y'all next week. There's a chance. If not, have a good game.
Deuces.
All right,
Thanks,
have a good one.